ahead and start the meeting. Invocation when I hear it, followed by the flag salute.
Lord Jesus, hallowed be thy righteous name. Your humble servants, Jesus, request that you come today, that you grant your guidance and your view of the big picture to our elected officials. Lord, with the coming of Thanksgiving and that season, would you please to make us all mindful of those people who work for us, our people that work in the state, the people that work in the county, and the people that work in local municipalities, our sheriffs, our police, our firemen, the men and women that work on the roads, men and women that operate our courthouses. Lord, we should be thankful for them because not many people want to take on the responsibility of public service. So let us be mindful, and if we encounter one of these folks, let's give them a well done. Lord, lastly today, let all those that come here be respectful of one another. And when it gets right down to it, we're brothers and sisters. Lord, I offer this prayer in your name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Administrative business.
Okay. I have the minutes. We have 3 sets of minutes, October 25th, October 28th, and October 31st.
Okay. Everyone's had time to review those. I'll make a motion to accept the October 25th minutes as written. Move to second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. And October 28th.
October 28th minutes.
I'll make a motion to accept the October 28th minutes as written.
Okay, I'll second that. Moved and seconded to accept the October 28th minutes as written. All those in favor? Aye. Vote. And the October 31st minutes.
Make a motion to accept them as written.
I'll second that. Moved and seconded to accept the October 31st minutes as written. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, there's 3. One of those is front and back for you to
Okay.
sign there.
Okay.
In your packet, you had information about our K-Camp renewal. So just wanted to bring that to your attention.
As I was telling Tina, I'm thankful we have the stabilization program in place on that. Any other comments on?
Okay. You had already received this, I believe, prior, but this is just information in your packet that Diamond Vista has requested the post-construction inventory, and you all had a consensus to move ahead with that at one of the recent meetings. So, just information. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
Since Bryce is here, has that been scheduled?
It started right away after that meeting, so.
Okay.
Okay.
And it was not on the business for payday, but we did discuss it, that I was in touch with Pat Hughes. He says that the project is required to keep that security in place until they're completely finished. And he has received confirmation that that is their intent, and so we should be seeing that extension coming through.
I just want to say that I hope that is correct, because even though they're required, they're also required to follow the road maintenance agreement, and we know what they have not done there. And I did also read that letter that Pat received from the man that he sent that to. And again, I have to say the verbiage in that letter is very legally wishy-washy. So we'll see what happens. It'll be interesting.
Well, it is a requirement of the county, so if they do not do it, you know, then we can. We do have, you all have a picture, but I just wanted you to know the sign has been put back at the transfer station. That was a violation on an inspection, so it's completed. You do have KAC coming up next week, and we are working today to get you each a packet with your agenda in it and the meetings that you are responsible for voting at. Hopefully we'll have it by the end of the meeting, and if not, we'll email you. Okay. I do have a salary sheet. This is something that was already approved by commission. It's outside the
Okay.
regular.
This was from Department of Aging, Linnell Health, for the county commission's approval from 1288 to 1363.
So when there's 5 of us, it keeps going.
That's all
We need to get the air transfer system there.
Oh my gosh, that'd be funny.
Okay, it is time to replace the think pads that the commission and I have, and then since we have 2 more commissioners coming on, I had Lloyd get bids for, or get prices. CDW has the contract bid prices for government, and so we do have some quotes in here for, to do 6 laptops.
Okay.
And Lloyd was gonna be here today to present them, but he ended up at an appointment this morning, so he's not able to.
Okay.
Did you?
Had time to review those. They were in our packet. Per Lloyd's recommendation, he is recommending 6 CDWG laptops with a 417 processor, 16 gigabytes of RAM, for a unit price of $822 a piece. That would be, so a quantity of 6 would be $4,932. That's the product that he's recommending to it. There are also some others in there.
Tina, do you have any, you know about it?
Well, it's, the reason there are some less expensive ones in here,
Yeah.
for instance, so I kinda highlighted, this one is the one he's recommending is an HP, it's a 16 gig, and then it has the i7 processor. The The next one is an 8 gig, and it's an i5 processor. So it's, you know, a slower,
What I meant though is it ever do everything that we possibly need?
yes,
Is-
it would do everything we need, yes.
Well, at that price, I would certainly hope it would do everything we need and then more.
That's quite a bit less than we paid for your ThinkPads, and they were like 11 or 1200, I think.
That's sad, but,
The, you know, the picture thing never worked out quite like, there's always that line across it, line on these ThinkPads.
so I would wonder what the commission, you know, I know what I do with mine, and what little bit I do with mine is really not worth that kind of money. But I don't know how much time you guys spend on yours. I mean, I sure don't either,
I
so I
basically
really don't
use
need
mine
Cadillac.
for email, the packets, and
And for what?
that
Yeah.
sort of thing,
That's what mine
so.
is used for.
That's it. So I don't know that we really need all that,
The sixth one is yours then.
Yes, that's right.
So would it be possible to get 5 of the other and then one that?
Well, I can certainly do a separate one. It was, we've always just kind of tried to keep it on the same platform so that if you have problems, then I'm on the same technology that you are, so.
It's not,
But it's not a problem.
so it is what, about $70 a piece different at best? It's probably not
They-
worth making a stink out of, but.
Well, and you don't have to make a decision today. If you want, I can visit with Lloyd a little bit further and see if there's anything different that he would.
I mean, I don't see the commission using all the capabilities.
Okay,
They don't either, but you know, as I rethink of that, you know, since it's only $75.
That's not a huge deal.
It's not a big deal.
And like I said, maybe it's best to keep everybody on the same platform, like Tina said. Because she kinda ends up being an administrator on them.
well, if I have kind of a working knowledge of what you're using, then it's easier for me to help you if you have problems.
I'd make a motion to go ahead and buy what Lloyd recommended
Okay.
at the 49.
I'll second it.
Okay. The only other discussion is, how old are these?
I believe they're 6 years old.
So that's kind of the, we figured getting six.
Roger had it, Roger Fleming, so, yeah.
I think we may have gotten them in 2013, if I remember right.
Yeah.
So I would also, what he asked, mine works fine. So what is the requirement that we have to replace them now? I know we have to add 2 more. Is that what is really driving this?
Well, we do, but they're also to the point where we've had, you know, the Windows 10 is now what everyone has to be on, and all of the Office software needs to be upgraded on all of them to be able to keep support on them. And so, we'll just have you, it's probably just better to replace them all at once and keep them on a rotation. So we can, when you turn them back in, you may be able to use them for something else, like he may be able to wipe them, and I don't know if they could go to the emergency operations center in case of disaster or something like that, but.
Just don't use any acid wash or hammers. If they're usable. Okay, we do have a motion and second to approve,
Oh, I didn't hear who
Did we have a
seconded.
second? Yeah.
Okay.
to approve the quote of, for 6 laptops at $822 per unit for a total price of $4,932. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
So you're opposed?
No.
Oh, okay. Okay, so.
I was just watching the entertainment. So I agree.
Okay. Payday, you also had mentioned about the potential for assessing a fine on the RMA for Diamond Vista against the company that was hauling rock to Abilene off on the non-approved haul routes. And so we have not done that because I have not had any direction that the board would like those to be imposed. So I think there should be some discussion and the board come to an agreement on what they would like done, if anything, on that.
You know, Tanner was gonna be here, I don't know if he's here or not. I think I told him probably 9:30, but I just assumed some of his stuff, because he had some information to share with us on that.
Okay.
So, he said he would be. Tanner's not out there, is he?
Huh?
Tanner, he's not out there, is he?
No.
Okay.
Okay, we can come back to it.
Okay, let's move on.
On the transfer station financing, I just wanted to let you know, I have been in contact with Dave Arterberry of George K. Bone and Associates. He's our go-to person for these kind of larger projects and bonds. And he did reach out only to local banks that are headquartered in Marion County, and the project is too large for them. So, but there are also other banks in Marion County and further afield that are larger, and he feels comfortable that we would be able to bid that out through the larger banks, and also including, banks that aren't solely, that don't have branches in Marion County necessarily, so a little bit broader scope. And he is going to prepare a proposal for you all to look at. There is a timeline that you're gonna have to follow. There will have to be a resolution passed to authorize to seek bids on that. We could probably have that ready fairly quickly, but I know you'll be hearing the transfer station bids today. You can hear them, but you may not accept a bid until you have the financing available, so.
Okay. Any
And-
question?
Well, yeah, I was wondering, is the commission not going to consider just paying for it? Like I brought out before, we have a lot of money in our budget that I feel can be used to pay for this project. Like I said, the $478,000 that we have in the one line item, and then we have the $165,000 from the MCC EDC, and I know the $150,000 that we got, the $150,000 that we received back, put in the general, but we could probably get that out of there. So I mean, if we just take the time to look at the budget to see if we can find the money, I mean, I think it's an alternative to at least look at. I know there's a lot of little buckets and I didn't have time to go through it all, but just what I see, like the risk management fund is what I'm referring to, is $478,000.
The risk management, those funds that we've put in there the last 2 years are specific to, we have to, under the tax lid, use them only for disaster. We cannot use them for other things. The only reason we were able to keep those funds is because we set them aside for disaster. So those are not available for this project.
Okay, and
So I think really, the $150,000, yes, it did go into the general fund. It's going into just regular operations and keeping the cash balance in the general fund going. But you can spend general fund money on anything, so that you could potentially spend that if, as long as it doesn't make us short. Really the only place that you're going to be able to grab enough money to do this project would be out of the capital improvement fund, which was specifically set up for roads. So some of that money is general fund money, and so we would have to see how much of that is, and you could potentially transfer that back and utilize that.
okay, so that would be
But
another
then-
option right there.
It would, but then that puts you further, in that particular fund, it's designed to where you build it over a period of several years, and then you do a large project. And then it goes down quite a bit, and then you build it over several years to where you can pay for a large road project, and then it goes down again. So that's the way the fund is designed.
And so what I just heard you say, the risk management fund is designed only for emergencies. That's kind of what our reserves are too, according to the rest of the commissioner, for rainy days and for tragedies and things like that. So you kind of have two funds designed to do the same thing. So if we took some of the money and left the risk management alone, knowing that that $478,000 is there, and took it out of another fund, the reserves or whatever, you're still balancing out the same. It's just a different line item, but it's the same. You still have the emergency money there, just in a different fund. So, I mean, I think it's something we should at least look at, but of course, I can tell.
I think some of that's gonna depend on what the bids look like.
On what,
Because
the bids?
Yeah, we don't have a clue what those bids are gonna look like right now.
No, and I was just simply suggesting this since it looks like, you know, we're gonna get proposals for banks and stuff, so I was just wanting to look at all options.
They're all in consideration, I'll just tell you, I guess I grew up right here in the seat, trying to save money for roads, and that's what we've done in the past, and it's seemed to work pretty good. I don't want to take and jeopardize our road money, you know.
Especially since we're already looking at one larger project, which most of that, well, all of that be eaten up in that and more. But,
I'm not saying we can't squeeze some out somewhere.
you know, it's possible maybe we could use some cash, kind of depending on how the bids came in.
We've paid so far out of our transfer money, station money, we've paid for the first 300,000.
Yes, that's
300,000
correct.
for that. That's ate up a lot of that.
Yes.
And, you know, the Fed did lower the discount rate again last week, so it's a possibility we could get some very competitive rates.
We gotta look at it.
Anyway,
Okay, well,
We'll wait,
that's
we'll see
the
what the
information
bids
that I
look like.
have so far, so.
He's gonna prepare it in that it'll be, give us some projections on interest rates. Most likely when he
Well,
prepares that.
I don't know if he'll have projections or not. He'll prepare a document, as far as what their services would be. They would bid that out to the banks, and then they would be presented back, and you would be able to have, you know, select based
I'm
on
not
that.
sure you could even get a range.
Okay. Not at this time. Okay. That makes a pretty big difference too.
But I hope to have that information by our next meeting. The only other thing that I had on my list for administrative was the discussion about the RMA, whether you were wanting to impose fine for the Abilene situation.
Tanner, did we?
Yeah, that's what I thought Tanner was gonna be here for. I don't know. He said he was gonna be here.
Okay. The only other thing that I have, you know, well, you had said you wanted to do the department head evals on the 18th, so I took them off this morning. If you have time, you might want to do one or two, but
Okay.
the next thing that we have is
We're
at
gonna have to
10.
see how things flow, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Yeah, okay, so it is, I don't even know if, is Randy here with the bids?
No, we're early, and I mean,
Yeah, you gotta wait till
I think for that, since it's a published item, you have to wait till 10.
Okay.
I do have fuel bids, if you guys would want to go over them real quick.
Well, we've got time.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, we, for some reason, we're having a tough time getting fuel bids today. But, the only fuel bid we got in was for, co-op grain for transport. So obviously I recommend that those get, approved. So we went out to the same 4 people that we did last time, and one of them said 7:45. Yeah, we're working on it right now, and we've heard nothing. So usually we requested for 9 o'clock.
So is that bid for 18,000, is that 163? Looks like a T.
Like I said, I copied and brought them up. So
Didn't add them up. Tina's adding them.
Or is that a 7? Because look at that, 49,117.
Is it 7?
I believe it's
Yeah, it's a 7. 18,763.50.
18,017. So we have one bid from Co-op Grain Supply for the transport fuel bid, in the amount of 18,763.50. Is that 50? Yeah,
50.
I make a motion. Yeah.
Okay, then move to accept that bid from Cooperative Grain. I'll second that. All those in favor?
Right?
Aye.
And I'll tell you, I had a lot of compliments on the road that the county did up there, Indigo Road.
Oh.
I think everybody that lived on that road and drives on that road called me to make sure that I expressed their appreciation. They said they've never seen that road so well maintained.
Well, when we just get out there to get stuff done, we can get it done, you know, that's the whole thing, so. That's the plan, and we're currently going around the corner to the west and working on 370th now, it's the same situation, so.
Well, they're very, very pleased and impressed and wish to express their appreciation to the road bridge department.
It's appreciated. We redid another one on 80th, 15 over to Meridian, 2 miles, and they should be finishing it up today, and I got a text from somebody over the weekend on that too, so. We're doing what we can to try to get caught up on things, so. But anyway, other than that, I do have.
Dry weather means a lot.
Well, it does, you know, I mean, that's a big thing, and, you know, I honestly, I think the guys are very excited to be rebuilding roads, you know, it's something different, it's a new challenge, and, you know, it's, goes a long way. This one down here was, water over the road situation in several places, and so, it's just working out well, so, we'll keep plugging away.
Good job.
I think you said that, I just think the guy was sitting in here, the Robinson gentleman was sitting here last week, but I got Tanner is here now, so I'll just see.
Oh.
But anyway, that 8, let's see, that's 110th over there. That
Wagon
was,
wheel east.
that's the way it should have been done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's like anything else, the way the road was originally set up, it worked fine, except for just the huge floods that silted in the ditches, and, you know, so it's, but we also changed that too, to where now the drainage is
Straight
straight
ahead,
east.
straight ahead,
Instead of
that's
going
what-
around the
yeah.
curve, which, you know, at the time when KDOT did that, they just tied into what was there, and everything should have worked, but, you know. KDOT has also given us permission to use that corner there if we wanna use it for storage or for material or whatever else, so works out well, cause they don't, you know, they don't need it, just one less thing to mow, and, we're bringing in that Coffee County rock, and we said, well, you know, we could drop it there just as easy as we could up at the Harshman's Quarry, and, that way they wouldn't have to go up into Harshman's Quarry and everything else, they could just drop it as they're going out of the line, so. But, well, I mean, those storage areas like that are kind of priceless to.
You gonna make an interest into that, or?
Yeah, we'll make it off of 110th,
Okay.
out there where the curve is.
Okay.
That way, just, I don't want any access off of,
Right.
right there, especially right
Right.
next to 110th.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks, Russ. Well, Tanner's here, so we'll go back to, you wanna take the podium?
Sure.
I warmed it up for you, Tanner.
Okay, all right. Appreciate that.
Go ahead, I guess, you have the information.
Okay, you guys want to talk about the fine the trucks that were caught. So a couple weekends ago on Saturday, we were not on site. There were a few trucks that were caught on 330th Road. So I don't know if you're familiar with where the laydown yard is. They went north there and hit 330th and went west over to Highway 15, and then I think they went north at Highway 15. We had some pictures that were sent to us of these trucks. I believe they went to Abilene and offloaded there. So we were wanting to know, on the previous fines, usually had pictures, documents of trucks, and then we sent it to Jesse, our superintendent. And in this instance, we sent it to Bryce asking if we should implement a fine or not. So pretty much we need the county's approval to move forward with that. And then we sent it to the attorney, and the attorney would actually issue the fine. That's how we've done it in the past. So I guess we need a little direction. Do we want to move forward with implementing that fine? I know it kind of started, it was right when Brian Fry, our previous on-site guy, he had to go to another job. Then we brought Dave Prater on. They had some discussions with the landowners, so I think we came to you, and we did get approval for the locals to haul material off with their own equipment. This did go to Abilene, so I don't know if that's local or not. So I guess it's up to you guys. What you guys want to do there.
So I want to ask you a question. How would you implement that fine? Would it be just the 3 trucks that you have pictures on, or realizing that there was others, and in the meeting that day, somebody made a suggestion that it was maybe 5 or 6 other loads? How would you implement that fine? Would you include those, or just the ones that you have the pictures on?
So the RMA is written, I think it's 5,000 per contractor per day.
Mhm.
So if they're all the same contractor, I think it would be 5,000.
Oh, so it's one altogether?
Yes, and that's how we've been doing it.
Mhm.
I think there are a couple of times we caught 2, because they're the same contractor, but the RMA is kind of written per contractor per day, $5,000. So I assume they're the same contractor, so yeah, it would be $5,000.
So the contractor's the one that gets the fine, not Benel?
So I don't know how Enel does it. A lot of times they just push it down.
But we would be pursuing Enel?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, that's correct. So it gets submitted to them, or the Diamond Vista Wind Project.
Okay.
Enel's-
Okay. Okay, that was my questions.
So the way it was explained to me is the rock was hauled to Abilene, but the owner also was a local landowner.
No. He owns an RV park in Abilene.
I don't know, the information I got said he was a local landowner, so that's all I know.
Yeah, I don't know on that one. Be the
So I took for granted he must own that RV park, but he must own some other land, probably in Dickinson County, I'm guessing in Marion County. But that was the information I received. And if that, I mean, if that is actually true and substantial statement, it's still a local landowner.
Okay, so I have the man's name that owns that park. I don't have it accessed right now, but I have the man's name. So if it turns out that it's not a landowner in Marion County, let's assume that. Or let's just say, yeah, if it is not a landowner in Marion County, then how?
Yeah, but wouldn't the local landowner also be part, I mean, if it's inside of Dickinson County a little ways, it'd still be kind of a local landowner. Because it's so
If
close.
it's on the transmission line, is that,
Transmission line is in Dickinson County.
is that where this owner comes from, the transmission line?
No.
I don't know whose owner is
Okay.
or anything like that.
Yeah, I didn't get,
I don't know
he didn't supply me that he owns this piece of land located in this township or anything.
Right.
But he said he was also a local landowner, so that's the information I received. He owned RV park, but he's also a local landowner. And maybe I should have got more specific and said, give me a legal, but I didn't. I mean, the rock belonged to the wind farm, and I know that they are supposed to supply local landowners. So the definition of local,
Yeah.
I don't,
Okay, so-
I'm concerned about local.
It also said, as he said also, on local, it was by hauling it out with their own equipment, it wasn't hiring an actual trucking company. That's another thing right there. Their local landowners were not hiring trucking companies. They were hauling it out by their own means.
Yeah, but there was some local landowners that had somebody else haul some for them that maybe have been hauling for their own use.
Yeah, and the last,
I talked to
many of
one guy
those
that
were
hauled
there?
10 loads, and
Last
he
couple
hauled
weeks.
some to his neighbor.
Did he stay on the haul route, so by doing that, do you know? That person that did that?
originally,
Well, no, he's describing somebody, a landowner, that had hauled some loads out on his own, on a big truck or something, or hired.
To his own,
somebody.
and then he hauled some for the neighbor
so
too.
that happened the last 2 weeks. A lot
Okay.
of trucks got hauled out to local
Okay.
people within the
Yeah.
project area.
And did they stay on the haul routes?
No.
They went on 330th and all that?
Yeah, they went, a lot of them went 330 west, Highway 15. There are a number of structures that have only weight restriction of 10 tons, so we try to let them know. We try to let them know about that, but no, they didn't stay on tolerance.
Well, I guess if we left some of them to them, I guess we have to let them all do it then. That would be I'm always for fair.
Well, yeah.
So I didn't know that they were hauling out of there locally, with those type of trucks. And off the haul routes.
Yeah, we did approach them in one of our weekly meetings about that, and
And
they said it's all donated, this is separate contracts, once it leaves the yard, it's no longer theirs. So they told us.
yeah, that's why you said that, and so shady people say stuff like that.
They've been
That's a
keeping
shady
us
way
in
to
the
do
dark
that.
on
I
everything.
I know. It's been shady for a long time. You know, even, well, I won't say no more, it's not necessary, but, yeah. So I guess if we left some people do it, I guess we have to, my opinion would be we have to leave everybody do it. Even if it's in county, out of county, I guess just whatever.
Well, I mean, I think they've been real good about taking care of the local, the people that wanted it locally could get it readily accessed, from what I understand, the people I've talked to.
Well, you talk to some people there's been a lot of local people who have been promised rock but did not get any.
But they didn't, did they have means to haul it?
Yes, but they didn't get any.
Oh, okay.
And when they approached
I haven't
and stuff,
spoken, I haven't spoken to any of
It
those
was,
people.
and again, it's their rock, they can
Yeah,
take it
I
wherever they
mean, it's
want.
their rock. I
I'm not
understand.
disputing that a bit, but when we say that, you know, they took care of everybody so wonderfully, they took care of some people very well and didn't take care of others at all. So, I mean, it goes both fair and balanced.
When I drove it this week, I saw 2 or 3 homes that had enough rock for me and
And
you,
yes.
Quite a few
I
piles
did
of
too.
rocks, what I see.
I did too.
I don't know if everybody got that much, but
Nope.
I would say that probably some that had the trucking means probably got to it. and-
Well, yeah, I think people that had, you know, had large trucks took advantage of
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, but, yeah, I seen that to where there was enough rock in some places for me and you and everybody in here.
But like I said, they weren't stopping them and
No.
saying, oh, you've already got 10 loads.
Yeah, yeah, or 3 loads or
I
so.
mean, they were out there loading it.
Yeah.
They did claim it was donated. We did ask them that one meeting, like, sure it's donated, and that's what they claimed.
And so I sent you, you might not know, a video, sorry, not a video, a voice of my conversation. Could you understand it? Because it clearly says they paid for that rock. But again, it's neither here nor there.
Who paid for it?
The landowner up in Jefferson County paid for it.
They paid for it.
And I do have it on recording, and it's not a very good
Paid-
recording, I
Did
have
he
to
say
tell you
paid
that.
for the
because-
rock or paid for the transportation?
Both. They paid for both. They paid for the rock and they paid for and I do have it on recording. I sent it to you, but it's very, but if you listen carefully, you can hear it very clearly, but it's a lousy recording, but that's as
Well,
much as I'm gonna
would
say.
that be the reason he got it then? I mean.
I don't know,
He paid for it. I mean, they gave the rock to the locals.
and I'm just
Then
saying.
maybe they told him if he needed some, he's gonna have to pay for it.
So, I'm just telling you what I know for a fact and what I'm saying.
Okay?
But it's irrelevant. The point is, to me, where the rock went is irrelevant. To me, the only thing that we as a county have to consider is whether it was used on our road appropriately or not. That's what my issue was. But like I said, I did not know that the landowners in our county were using, commercial trucks to haul their rock out of there. I didn't know that. I don't.
Well, the one that I talked to, where they weren't a commercial truck, they just hauled some for their neighbor because they was hauling some. You know, that tandem truck or whatever. So, I mean, they were doing it free gratis or,
Well, I know a lot of them that have helped their neighbors and done it, whether it be a pickup truck or a dump truck or whatever, so I knew that, yes.
you know.
And this was something, other projects don't really allow this. This was something I thought, you know, the county was trying to work with the foreman and the locals to allow this, so. That's why Dave came in, and I think it became a big deal, because last time he didn't allow that, or all the rock went to the county pretty much.
Yeah.
This,
And Bryce, have we had access to the rock that we want?
We have not got any yet, but they've still said that we can have it, so.
Tanner, just off the wall, you made the statement there that other projects not done this. What have you seen in other projects, like all completely to the county, or?
yes, most of the material goes straight to the county. The
Really?
county will bring their trucks out,
And
we usually
haul
just
it.
ask the wind farm to coordinate with the county. And the county supplies 3 or 4 trucks to haul it, and they, sometimes they'll stockpile it and use it in areas that they need, or they have a project going on and we'll just take it. But usually that material does get donated to the counties.
Okay.
There just hasn't been much of that.
Just taking a little more knowledge from you here, have you seen the roads, the rock that's on the road picked up and taken, or this is strictly off of the laydown yards and other facilities that they've got the road, taken the road rock?
It's been primarily, initially it was all the turning radiuses.
Turning radius.
So they went and they added a bunch of that rock to the turning
Yes,
radiuses.
yes.
So they piled that material up, and then hauled that off. And then also the laydown yard, they usually push up all the topsoil, I call it, and then put down like 8 inches of rock.
Right.
But no, I haven't seen them taking the rock from the county roads. I don't think Dave has either.
Might just caution the commission, let's write this down, because we're in the midst of another project here. I mean, maybe we need to make some strict rules of what we want done with it. Just-
Yeah, it's all negotiable.
Yeah.
Well, what's the commission's thoughts?
Other went down our roads, why we can't just go out and get them, find them guys who know them.
No.
Yeah.
So then I have a final question on that, then, Tanner, knowing that we let these commercial trucks or big trucks go down 330th and all this stuff, and knowing that we gave that approval, and knowing when you do your final inspection, suppose you find damage on 330th, can we actually tack that onto an L?
So, the only roads we're doing the post-construction work on are the haul
Haul
roads.
roads.
330 is not a haul
Oh, that's
route.
right, except we can't.
Yeah, so we don't plan on looking at 330.
Okay.
They did bring a transformer in a year ago, I think, to Tampa, and offloaded it on a rail car. So they wanted to use 330, so Jesse and I went and met with them. I'm like, this isn't a haul route, you can't use it. The transformer loadings are way above legal, they're really heavy. I can send you the actual diagram of what they sent to us. So what we did a 30-day monitoring period. We looked at the structures, said, okay, I think there's like 8 to 10 foot fill on those structures. So actually the 30-day monitoring period, so you may see 2 little areas that are patched.
Yeah.
Brian
One of
pretty
those,
much monitored it.
They had to pay to fix those.
Yep, and they did, they reimbursed the county to fix those, but there were some areas that started map cracking during that 30-day monitoring period, and we did make them fix those. So you may see 2 little patch areas there. So that's really the only, that they actually got approval to use 330. So that was, yeah, better than happy.
On 330th, it would be very hard to prove whose damage it was, because there's so many semis a day that go down that road. I mean, especially through fall harvest, every farmer's got a semi. And some of them aren't legally looted.
I don't know how much gas is still trucked in and out of there
How much
we
what?
got gasoline trucked in and out of there for Cardi, it used to be Cardi's, what is it now, MFA?
MFA.
Yeah.
MFA, that was the other reason why the Tampa people wanted that road fixed, was because of Cardi's at that time. So, trucking.
So where we're at, I talked to Dave this morning, he's got the west side of Highway 15, all the pipes and road services looked at. So today he's starting on the east side of Highway 15, so probably give him about a week to get the data collected. Dennis Beaver, our certified bridge inspector, he's coming out today to look at all the structures. I know Dave's been driving the site, so he's been updating the maintenance list, looking at the the surface. But sometimes stuff happens to the structures, you're not getting out, climbing up underneath the structures. The dentist was gonna look at the structures and compare it before and after. I think there's a couple structures that they kind of temporarily put some plastic pipes in, so there'll be some discussions later on those. So hopefully, in a week or maybe 2 weeks, we have all the field data collected, and we plan on getting it, put it into a report format. And we compare the two, come up with our list. I like to run the list by Bryce and Jesse, and then we've been trying to include Loyal and Mark since they're out there.
Right.
They know what the roads were like before, they lived out there for years. Get everyone's input on that list before we submit to you guys, and you guys can submit to them.
Did that one letter say it had to be done within 30 days or just started that they sent us?
So that
The
language.
post-construction?
Yeah, the post-construction.
Post-construction needs to be done by the 9th.
Well,
So,
that's what I was thinking. There was a letter pertaining to that, and I didn't.
Mr. President, you're saying that the 9th of this month?
9th of November, the post-construction, I mean, the survey. I mean, maybe not all the report and stuff put together, compiled, but the actual inspection.
So October 9th is when they were claiming.
Yeah, based on their
that
letter.
construction was completed.
Yeah.
And, yeah, my thought too was not complete on that day. I think last week or the week before, they were still taking out access roads. So in my mind, the construction has not been completed.
I mean,
Yeah, we-
based on their October 9th.
That was their letter.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have a diary.
Right.
Or honestly, guys, like, make sure you put everything in the diaries, probably gonna have to reference this later.
Yeah.
So the 30 days came in, section 1.6, post-construction inventory. So within 30 days after completion of construction of the project, the consultant will perform a post-construction survey. That was one of the things is, when was it actually completed? But I think they're still doing seeding work now. I think they've got half of it seeded. So they're still doing some rehabilitation seeding. So they were claiming it was October 9th. We were notified. I pretty much said, no, you're not done. You're still taking out access roads. You still have a grader, a blade, backhoe, and stuff on site. You're still taking the laydown yard out. And in my opinion, that's still part of the construction.
Right.
So I talked to Dave this morning also, and he said they just have one dozer left, but they did haul some equipment away this past week. So I would think, yeah, I think now is probably they're pretty much done now. So.
Bryce alluded to the fact that they've already started on the survey.
Yep. We started last Monday.
But just knowing that we've got a letter that says, well, this is the letter we sent.
That's what I'm saying. Do we need to respond to that letter and say that we don't agree with your date?
Something, yeah.
I think it would probably be a good thing to do, have an official trail,
Yep.
the county's response to that.
Would you be in charge of doing that? Getting that, you feel, give us the date, whether you said this last Friday or whatever date you have?
Yeah, I can email you guys the date.
Is that okay with the commission? I mean,
Can you,
Sure.
you send it to me?
Yeah.
Do you want me to send the letter on behalf of the commission, or do you want, how do you want?
How's that normally done, Is that through the comments? Is that letter
That letter need to come from us or from you.
I would think it would need to come from the county.
And you'll send that to all of us? That date?
Yes.
To all on board?
Send you the date on what we think is.
And you feel like last Friday was, would be the date you used?
I'd have to look and talk to Dave. Once that last piece of equipment, hopefully it pulled off, so we can get the equipment in the diary. Then he talked to him. The equipment's all off.
The only other thing would be, you could have Brad send it on behalf of, I don't know what his,
Right.
time-wise, how that works.
Kathy, you can take care of that.
Yeah, I
the
can.
letter comes from you, Tina, and Brad.
And Brad.
So you're doing the,
No, you go to Tina and then.
okay, well, you're sending me the date.
Yes.
And I'm
Brad.
drafting the letter.
Brad who
Okay.
drafted.
Okay.
You're saying Brad will draft it then? Is that
I
what you're
believe
saying?
so for the county.
Okay. Either he or I probably can do that.
Or we'll coordinate that.
Okay. So you're okay with either one of us?
Yeah. Well,
As long as this man says that his business confirmed the ending date of this for the construction, whatever it may be.
Usually it doesn't, yeah, this project has been interesting. Usually doesn't get to me.
I just know they're gonna send us another one.
The other projects are like, hey, we're done, so the county can have okay go, and they're usually done,
Yeah.
like everything's gone. And we look at it, and then usually 30, 40 days, we get them post-construction, and then they come out. Some like developers come out and do the work themselves. Other developers will just settle with the county, right, county check. So it's kind of, we'll see what the plan is. We kind of approached them and we haven't really figured out what they're gonna do yet. But I know there's still a maintenance list that's got a lot of outstanding items on it.
And they're denying a lot of those yet, aren't they?
Yes. Yep.
So that's gonna be, and then I have another question, because the fact that they're denying those, and there's quite a few, I thought I read somewhere in there, and I will go back and double check, but maybe you just know off the top of your head. I think the legal fees that are incurred for us pursuing this, they're responsible for also, am I right?
Yeah, the RMA does have, our fees, the legal fees, we're supposed to be all reimbursed by the
Okay, so all
That's
this-
how everything was on
all
RMA
this
was set
letter
up.
writing, even what
Right.
we just got here the other day and stuff, we need to keep track of that, so we can
Yeah.
get reimbursed for it.
And even on the next project, make sure any fees get reimbursed.
Any other discussion?
Clarity. Have no feelings to pursue that
I'm not in a position where I would favor.
fine discussion.
One clarity item is, you told Dave Mueller last week, the liaison for.
Right.
That they could haul the rock, but they had to go out to 320th to go to K-15. Just so he's on the same page as what you told Dave. That was only from last week. That wasn't prior to that, so I don't know. The hauling the rock wasn't,
That's true.
that was before that, so. But last week you did specify 320.
A lot of the trucks have been going south to 320th and they get on 15.
Yeah, it's just-
And then going up.
It's a little bit further, but
Yeah, it ain't that much.
No, it's really not.
But that's what you told Dave, so I just wanted to reiterate that.
Okay. You clear on everything, Tanner?
I think so, and the weekly meetings, we were doing those every Thursday. Is it okay if we stop doing those? I think, okay.
Is it beneficial anymore?
I don't think anymore. I think it was.
But a lot of times people didn't show up for those and different things anyway, right?
Yeah, a lot of people this conference called in.
Well, that's,
We try to be on site for them and do everything.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate the information.
If you guys need anything, just holler. We'll try to get this post-construction wrapped up.
When will that, my next question, once you wrap the post-construction up, is your contract up then?
So if they just settle and write you guys a check, yes. If you want us to do some follow-up inspections, sometimes we'll go out afterwards and make sure that they've completed some of the items. So there's gonna be, I can think of one structure that needs to be replaced, where it was damaged and they stuck some tubes in and put a plate over it. So and it's up to you guys. Usually there's some follow-up, just part-time stuff. They claim they have, all these items done, so we just run out there for the day, double check them. So it's up to you guys on how you want to proceed with that.
well, I like the way you guys did, you really been on the ball with everything.
Yeah, wind farms are a big undertaking for the county, so we try to keep track of everything and keep an eye on them, and when they keep you in the dark so much, you keep finding out about stuff after they do it, so it's like.
And so I just don't think we should, be lenient on anything, I mean, because we don't know what's still lurking out there.
Right. It has seemed like we give approval for something, and they agree between one thing, have to take it.
This is a unique wind farm.
But like you said, if they come back and they just say, we're gonna write you a check, then, you know, it'd be in our hands anyway. And we would know what needed to be repaired.
Yeah, so our list, I usually try to put a cost for each of the items.
Right.
We usually use contractor prices because you guys have other stuff going on. So we'll get with Bryce and Jesse and come up with some pricing, and then we'll put a total at the bottom.
Okay,
And
that'd be
so you
good.
guys will have a good number.
Yep, okay, very good. All right, thank you.
Okay, that's good.
Well, it's not quite 10 yet. The bid opening is scheduled for 10 o'clock, so we could take a 5-minute recess and everybody can get a cup of coffee or whatever they need to do, and we'll get back to session at 10.
Man, serious bid tabs.
I had a contractor or two ask, we've always done bid tabs. I had a couple contractors ask why not just do them on the bid?
I ain't done with Randy. Yeah. Yeah.
I guess I'm gonna keep one and I'll just hand the stack. Whoever in the crowd wants one can have one. Oh, is Randy?
He's here.
He's here?
Yeah,
Oh,
he'll just-
I need one of them back. Thank you.
That's good, Jeff. Okay, it's 10 o'clock, so we'll resume back to open session. We have a bid opening for the transfer station project. Randy Perdue, engineer, is with us, so Randy, I'll turn it over to you.
Alright, well, looks like we have got 2 bids here. We'll start with, first one is Nelson Fowles. This project had 2 addendums, both are addressed. And the bond is intact. Official number is one more page back. $1,761,019.70. Walters Morgan.
Walters Morgan.
Yes. Construction out of Manhattan, Kansas. Addressed both addendums. Bid bond is intact. Final number is $2,320,551.
551.
Yes. At this point, both of these seem like they're qualified bids. We will take them back, review the numbers, make sure the math all comes up accurate, check references, and get you guys a recommendation.
So in both of those bids, each one of their sections will be lined out just like this.
It is, yes, it is lined out in here. Yes, we will fill all of that out. I assume you're gonna want copies of this before we leave. You're gonna want copies, I assume, before we leave. Yeah. You'll have access to all that.
Okay.
But yes, we will fill, that's kind of the math part. Last time we had kind of an ironic situation where every bidder, maybe all but one, misread one of our line items, and we had to contact you for clarification, so that's where, make sure the final number is the final number. So, alrighty?
Okay, we take that under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you to those who bid.
Yes.
Do you have anything else, Bud?
I didn't have anything. You guys have anything for me?
Good.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we are actually a little bit ahead. I don't know if Sharon's with us here or not. Can you check?
Yeah, I'll check.
Oh, okay. Tina?
She just showed up.
Are they gonna break? Does it have to stay on
Sure.
agenda?
Yeah, go ahead, Sharon.
Does it have to
Whenever
stay
you're
on
ready.
agenda?
There's nothing what?
Don't you have to stay on agenda, like stay at a 10:15?
We are, we're going to planning and zoning now. I mean, it's on time. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll do it at 10:15.
Is everybody present for this agenda item that is, we're expecting? I think we'll go ahead and this agenda item is actually scheduled for 10:15, so we'll go ahead and take a 9-minute break until that exact time hits, so then we'll resume into open sessions. We'll take a short break from the executive session for what? Open session, next agenda item, planning, zoning, environmental health, Sharon with us, and also Russ. I'm gonna turn it over to you.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Russ Avey, Planning Consultants. I will be presenting the first two planning items, as I did with the Planning Commission on the 24th of October. We have two things to consider this morning, at least relative to my presentation. One is a text amendment to the Marion County zoning regulations, and the second is an application for a conditional use permit. During the 24th Planning Commission meeting, we spent a good deal of time discussing the differences of what those two agenda items were within the construct of the statutes, as well as the process of approval or recommending approval at the time. So I will begin with the text amendment. In light of recent WEX conditional use permit activity this last year, one of the things that we noticed in the regulations was conflict of language, conflict of restrictions as it relates to the regulation of electric transmission lines. We have the opening general section, Article 1 of the zoning regulations, which clearly exclude electric transmission lines, as well as a host of other such infrastructures, sewer and water pipes, overhead transmission of telephone service, things of that nature. And as I described to the Planning Commission and those in attendance, the zoning regulations cannot cover or should cover everything under the sun. So zoning regulations during their creation often set a filter level, as I think I used the example, of those things that the county has a vested interest in regulating and those things that they do not. And so when we have that opening Article 1, we talk about things that we simply don't need to see go through the zoning process. Having said that, we also have Article 19, which talks about conditional uses. Electric transmission lines is an explicitly stated land use. I believe the reference is Article 19-105, number 5. Again, it hosts a lot of utilities, power plants, substations, communication towers, wastewater treatment plants, things of that nature that are a physical presence that may or may not have effect or impacts on adjoining properties. So we as a county chose to regulate those through a CUP process. In speaking with Mr. Yearout, who was the author of those regulations, he seemed to feel that the inclusion of electrical transmission lines within Article 19 was erroneous and was a mistake, if you will. Being the fact that it's clearly excluded or exempted from the regulations in other locations. This text amendment, at least in my opinion, is fairly straightforward, is needed, as we discussed on the 24th of October, and is presented to you here today for your consideration. You, as the County Commission, have final authority on this matter. As we talked about extensively during the Planning Commission hearing on this matter, if it is felt that electrical transmission lines is something that the county has a need to regulate to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the public, then we can leave that reference in Article 19 in the regulations and modify Article 1 to eliminate the exemption, if you will. However, if we feel that Article 19's reference to electric transmission lines was in error, that is something we have historically never regulated prior to this year, then we would want to go forward with the recommendation in front of you by the Planning Commission, which is to eliminate the reference in Article 19 of electric transmission lines being required to have a CUP, as well as the text clarifications to Article 1. I believe the Planning Commission recommended 7-2 in favor of the proposed text amendments, and I'd be more than happy to stand for any questions that you may have on that.
Well, I know, we sent that back to the Planning Commission because of the confusing wording in that. And by sitting through the hearing, I believe it was clarified in a way that can be understood at this point. So, Commission, you have any questions?
As long as it can be plainly understood what's going on.
So I do have a question concerning this right here. As a matter of fact, I personally think that it does need to be regulated, and I think that we already have a CUP approved based on the way the articles are written in their current state. And so now in this project, or at this time, to change that, I think is probably going to get us a little trouble. I would also question, I do remember too, when we were at the June 3rd, 4th meeting, Mr. Pellstring was there, and there was a question asked by one of the board members, will there be another CUP required? I think somebody said no, there wasn't, but then Pat Hughes did clarify and say yes, that this particular project will require a CUP for transmission lines. So, I think since we already have a project requiring that they got a CUP for theirs, in their development plan and so on, at this point in time, I think this is inappropriate to do, so I personally would say that we need to continue to regulate it. And I would also question Now, I know this is a text amendment, suppose, but I'm also concerned, again, in all these things that are coming before the commission here as far as due process, and the protest period. I do remember you, making a nice presentation at those meetings, that the meeting will be held on the 12th to allow for due process and the protest petition. So now all of a sudden we're here on the 4th, and of course abruptly, taking away that process. In this one, and of course other ones that we will be addressing here briefly as well. And then I would also ask, has anybody done any research or studying on what they call trespass zoning?
To answer your last question, no.
Okay,
What about the second?
I'll just leave that alone for now.
I can certainly expand on previous meeting comments or any other type of clarification. So I will state this as my opinion. I have always been, it has always been my opinion, and I think I've maintained it fairly well, that I've never felt that electric transmission lines outside of the project boundary of a WEX conditional use permit, and that's critical to understand, that any other extraterritorial electric transmission line should not be regulated under a CUP. I was contradicted and trumped, quite frankly, by Mr. Hughes and his opinion, and I clearly have to yield in that situation. I would not be the one to represent the county for or against litigation as that. It's simply one planner's opinion, with my experience of never having seen any other jurisdiction regulate the overland location of an electric transmission line, or pipeline, or sewer line, or telephone line, or anything like that. So usually what happens in regulations is we regulate the structures that either generate that, relay that information, like cellular towers. You know, all of these things, we don't regulate AT&T phone wires as they go, you know, every couple hundred feet along a county road, but we do regulate cell towers. And I think we can all see the reasons why we do that. So for very similar reasons, we regulate the infrastructure, the physical presence of a WEX generating facility as it relates to that application area. We want to know and should know the location of the turbines and any other support infrastructure for that land use. And quite clearly, Article 27 does regulate electric transmission lines as a part of a WEX facility. As they go through or around, we have a development plan, how that leaves the site, how the power generated on that property leaves that property. It's beyond that application area that that debate was measured. So does that answer your?
No, I understand what you said, and you said that at the meeting as well, pretty much. But I was questioning the fact that we already have a CUP in place based on these current zoning regulations, and why would we change it now?
If I may. So again, as I was the contrarian opinion on the need for any type of text amendment, I was also the contrarian on the need for this CUP 7. However, my opinion has been trumped. The applicants in the next agenda item clearly want to go by the process that's been interpreted specifically by Mr. Hughes. Perfectly fine. I think, I think that that particular CUP is really different fundamentally from any of the other CUPs that comprise the Doyle project or the Expedition Wind project, insofar as it doesn't have any generating capacity. It doesn't even have a substation. It's simply the transmission lines. So I think it would be my personal opinion that it's somewhat of an extraneous application. But here they are. They're wanting to get their project approved. I'm sure that they need to turn their focus on getting that project permitted. The bulk of that particular land use, that decision is already in the books. And this is simply the last capstone piece to their collection of CUPs that go into their development plan, which is the third item on today's agenda. So
So finally, I have one final question, and that is, you just said land use. And this has been something that has been always confused a lot of people in a lot of areas, land use versus text amendments. As I understand it, there is different legal descriptions and legal writings, statutes determining the notifications, land use versus text amendments. And it seems to me that when we go back to the due process of the people and the fact that we have not been waiting the 14 days here, do you not believe that this particular, for the county commission to actually make a decision on this at this point in time, before giving the people full right of their due process right of protest, that were premature? And in a vote that would be taken today by the county commission, would that then not be a hypothetical vote? Because we're assuming that there will not be a protest petition, and is that not hypothetically, I think this is totally improper. I mean, why would we do that? I know Tina gave an explanation that, well, if we vote.
I didn't really give an explanation.
You stated at the last meeting that if we vote, and if by any chance there is a protest petition, then our vote is null and void. I don't know how anybody could possibly think that you can actually give due process back retroactively. And so I think by saying that's where we're extremely premature. And I really hate to be sitting in these type of positions that look so stupid to do stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's just, your answer, please.
Well, off the record, I would really like to think of myself as waking up every morning trying not to look stupid, and some days I'm successful and other days I fail. But specific to your due process question, you're absolutely correct with your opening remarks. There are two separate statutes affecting these first two agenda items separately. The first one is a text amendment, and it falls under, I believe, not being a bar attorney in the state, 12-743, I believe. And that talks about text amendments, the creation and adoption of subdivision, zoning, regulations, as well as a comprehensive plan and amendments thereto following the fact. The notification requirements are fairly clear. You notify all units of government, both cities and townships within your jurisdiction. But it does not fall under the same due process rights as, I believe, 12-757, if I recall correctly, where we deal with amendments to a specific property, like we're going to see in the second agenda item, a conditional use application. So any of us here in the room that own property in Marion County has the right to file an application to change the zoning or establish a CUP on his or her property, following that statutory guideline or that process. That process is spelled out, mirrors in our regulations as well. That is probably what this room is more familiar with, and that's where we send individual written notice to all property owners within 1,000 feet of the application area. He or she may file a protest petition within 14 days at the conclusion of the public hearing, which is the planning commission hearing. The results of which are calculated, as we found out this summer, to determine whether or not that meets 20% of the land required to be notified is held in protest, that it requires a different set of voting requirements, a 3/4 supermajority voting requirement. We're not talking about this in agenda item number 1. The due process is receiving notification of the proposed text amendments and the determination by those individual units of government and the citizenry in general, because there's also the official notice that's published in the newspaper. We feel that that is a legislative act, and so like any other type of county resolution affecting change within the county, the citizens of the community, the elected officials in the townships and small cities all have the ability to petition the county through comments made at public hearings, specifically the planning commission meeting, as to whether or not they support or are opposed to those proposed changes. So it's like any other type of lobbying against any type of other legislative act. We have the ability to voice our concerns in writing or at these 2 public hearings. Whereas in the second agenda item, where we have a quasi-judicial process, envisioned by a separate set of statutes. That protest takes on an expanded role and allows specific individual property owners within a certain radius of the application area a higher level of ability to affect those changes.
So you said, I just learned this here, but you said that the notification went to the cities and townships.
As well as the newspaper.
Correct, as well as the newspaper. How many townships would it take to protest? Do they have the right to protest? I mean, I'm just, you said, they were notified, obviously they were notified for a reason.
Again,
They were within an area, so they were
Yes.
notified.
yeah, absolutely.
So,
And
I
the
mean, that's
reason-
just a question.
Because it is the whole county.
And the reason that it is, and the reason that they are notified is so that they may send a representative of their choosing here today to speak for 5 minutes or however long, to say that they are for it or against that text change.
And if they're against it, can they protest?
They're protesting simply by showing up and expressing their opinion.
So they can't file an actual protest?
There's no
That's what you're
protest
saying.
petition that's gonna alter the 3 of your voting requirements.
Okay, I was just wondering, because it was, well, I never understood why you sent those out to townships, when it doesn't even, you know, the townships don't own land. And the same with incorporated cities, why we send it to them?
Sure.
This is a land use, why do we notify them when they have nothing really, at stake or at risk? I mean, it's the people who own the lands that are the ones that are gonna bear the burden. That was my question.
Certainly, well, I hope that helped answer.
It didn't, but I'll accept it.
Certainly.
At this point.
That would
Because I know
take,
it's the
that
best
would
you
take a
have.
change at the state level to do that, though, on something
That's
like
correct.
that. So, Brad, do you have anything to interject?
Russ covered.
Can a question be asked out here? I mean, I see somebody with a hand up.
I just sent an email to Russ over the weekend asking, because we have it on recording, that he stated in public forum that there's a 14-day window and that this would be held on the 12th. So in order for due process, why all of a sudden was it sped up just today? And why are we not waiting until the 12th? That's my question.
And nobody was notified.
Certainly. We had 2 agenda items on the 24th. The first one being the text amendment going in the same order. The second one was the CUP number 7, as we're calling it, the final CUP for Expedition Wind. If I stated that there was some sort of 14-day protest period for the text amendment, then I was clearly in error. Clearly, that's not the case. I've never feel like I've ever stated that's the case for a text amendment. Now, we did talk a little bit at the end of the second agenda item, which would be one of the applications that would have that protest period of 14 days.
So then why wouldn't we
Typically-
just, yeah, take that?
Typically, we would have an application go before the planning commission meeting. That is when the 14-day protest period begins. Typically, we would see the 14-day protest period expire before a zoning amendment affecting a specific property, like a CUP application, is heard by the governing body. I think that's probably what we do 90% of the time. Does that statute explicitly state that that's a requirement, that one has to go in front of the other? Not in my reading of it. I'd be more than happy to read that statute. However, that's for this commission to determine, not for your planning consultant.
Do you have a question?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yes.
State your name.
Jerry, I'm from Wilson Township, Wilson Township. It's the same regards with the comment of the 14 days. It's just, why can't we have it postponed until that 14-day period? Because there are some people that left the meeting that, after he made the comment, there was enough time to protest and say, hey, there's not a requirement there. But the meeting was closed with no objection to that. Like Amy said, there is recordings about that. So why can we not just wait until the 14 days are up? Because there are some people, like they said, they weren't notified that this meeting is happening today. I just by chance happened to find out about it on Friday, and it kind of, you know, upset me because there are some people that have objections and that are concerned, and they don't have, they may not know about it, and so that, you know, they're assuming that 14-day window is still going strong, and, you know, it's happening today. And so if we allow that to happen today, what else are we, I mean, is there a end around to doing it later on in the future where, you know, other things are gonna be decided upon without the major consent of the community? As you can see, you know, we are concerned in the community, and so it's just, I'm not saying what side I'm on, I'm just saying the 14 days needs to be upheld, just to have it legally standing and to be able to tell the community out there, the county people, the residents, that hey, you are doing it for us. You are on our side. You are looking out for the best interest. And that came up a lot in the planning and zoning, the best interest for the community. And what is the best interest for the community? And so, I mean, like I said, I found that out on Friday, and it upset me enough to, I reached out to the Attorney General, and you know, I made my concerns known, and I suggest that everybody that has that issue, make your concerns known. And so, my question is, why can't we wait until that 14-day period is up? What's the urgency? I know we can, I mean, I can come back for another meeting after the 14 days and sit here. I mean, I'm sure you guys, I mean, are able to squeeze that in. I'm just concerned, what's the rush?
Well, I think Russ made it pretty clear when it came to this text amendment.
No,
But you're
I'm
lumping
not,
the two together.
I'm sorry, I'm not talking about the text amendment. I mean, the text amendment needs fixed because it says one thing on one side and another thing on the other side. And so that's not what I'm concerned about. Are we not talking about the number, the second one on the line?
We haven't got through number
Okay,
one
okay.
yet.
All right.
So-
I'll sit down. I'll sit down.
Matt?
I had one question I asked Russ that night when he got done talking about it. He didn't say it the night before when we had a couple of towers we were working on. Because you people weren't there that we could commission. And he didn't explain Friday night that it wasn't for both of them either. When he spoke at the end.
I'll clarify that, yes. We did have, on that meeting, I was there on the 24th, and we did go through the text amendment, and we went through the other one, and then he gave his presentation at the end about the 14-day period. He did, in my opinion, and what I heard, he did not clarify that it applied to 1, 2, 3, or all the above. He just went on to say about the protest period, which led everybody to believe, and you even stated very clearly that the meeting will be held on the 12th. In fact, Sharon said the very same thing, that the meeting will be held on the 12th. And I contacted them, Sharon contacted me to pick up my packet. And so the people were told it would be on the 12th at that meeting.
On both of them.
Well,
Wednesday night
he didn't
and
clarify which one, but
I
the
know.
assumption was, and very, very clearly, the assumption was all of them, by the way it was presented.
But,
Yes.
clarify this, Russ, and we haven't got through item number 1 yet, but it seems like we're already on number 2. There would still, on number 2, based on approval, there would be a protest time period.
Correct.
Is everybody clear with that? Nancy,
Yes, I had not as much a question, but just as a recap statement, this wind farm, Expedition Wind, is so unique that I believe we need to step back a little bit and say that the people that do not want the wind farm, they have a special website that anyone can be a part of, and they also had been meeting weekly throughout this whole process. And if we step back and look at that, they are well knowing that there are certain meetings going on, and they well communicate with one another. So to lump in that not knowing in the future of what's going on within our county, we're not knowing, I believe that this particular issue is well known, what's going on and what is available, what the legal attributes are that can be done, and I believe that we must not allow it to be confused and be thrown into the basket of what's to come, because I think it's all very well known of what's going on. I think this is all looked at and watched. It's all on the internet, the agendas are. the videos are, so let's not confuse the issue.
I don't have a computer.
But let's not start there, because you have access to see one. Yeah. You are very well at chumming it up. Thank you. Thank you very much.
What's the website to protest?
The website to stay in communication with these folks. I'm not saying to protest, I'm saying to stay in communication with your comrades. Yes.
So to get back to the text amendment, Article 27-102 refers the CUP back to Article 19. If you remove the requirement for transmission line CUP out of Article 19, Article 27 no longer has that requirement.
It would still stand in Article 27.
But how? It doesn't state it in Article, it says to go back to Article 19. So if Article 27 refers to Article 19, and Article 19 does not require it, then Article 27 does not require it.
There's a section in Article 27 that says that any other type of conflict with the subject matter in Article 27 does not invalidate Article 27.
Actually, no. Actually, that paragraph 2 of Article 27 says if there's any other conflict with Article 27, Article 27 is to be the governing article of the thing. So if Article 1 is in conflict with Article 27, Article 27 takes effect. So in effect, we're letting wind farms dictate what our county regulations are by that paragraph.
Certainly. And as I mentioned in previous comments this morning, Article 27 isn't proposed to have any text changes due to the fact that we feel as the county that electric transmission lines within the footprint of a WEX CUP is still a valid regulation of land use.
Right, so I would think that it needs to be specific in 27 that it does not. Because I'm not seeing anything where transmission lines in 27 is specific. I just see where it says refer back to Article 19. So if we want to put it in 27, then I think we need a text amendment 27 also to make sure that it stays there. And Article 19 doesn't remove that requirement.
That's very valid, I think.
Yeah,
I think that's very concerning. I mean, thank you, that's awesome, because because then we're gonna be in another vote again. If we don't, see, we're not fixing it right by what we're doing here now today.
It is in the definition of a WEX in Article 27. It doesn't mention it there.
Can you show me where? Because I'm not seeing the CUP. I like to say when I see the CUP, it says refer to Article 19 for the CUP. There is transmission lines in there, but it talks about being in easements and the right of way and stuff like that. But it doesn't say anything about a CUP, but the CUP does refer to Article 19.
Can you move your argument?
Oh, sorry.
Okay,
I have one more thing.
we're on item number 1. We haven't got through that yet. This is whether we're going to accept or reject the recommendation from the Planning Commission for the text amendment changes. And so we need to act on that. What's that?
Between the commission now, we're back to the commission.
We're back to the commission.
Okay. I'll make a motion to accept the text amendment changed by the planning and zoning committee.
Okay, I'll second that. Been moved and seconded to approve the zoning regulation text amendment as recommended by the Planning and Zoning Commission. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Opposed, and I'm going to actually respond to Mrs. Thorpe. And I will tell you, all the things that you just said, my only concern and interest is doing the right thing, following the law of the letter, and, the letter of the law, and protecting the people, okay? I do, however, agree with you on one statement that you made, and that is, we all do know what's going on here.
The counter-respond is, madam, is that you have from the very beginning shown preference to the northern wind farm, and you decided that the southern wind farm must not happen, even though it is not your area to be a commissioner to represent a voice. That we do not know why. So, madam, I would like you to begin to be non-biased in this area. Thank you.
I am a county commissioner, not just one part. I
Okay,
represent the whole county.
we're not going there.
Yes.
We're voting on this.
Thank you
What's
so
your
much
vote?
for stopping
I
me.
voted no.
Okay.
I voted no.
No, thank you for stopping me. Well received.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, approved. 2-0. Okay, item number 2.
Do you have a resolution number?
Expedition wind conditional use permit. No.
Sorry, I didn't even have a resolution, so let me go get that. That's okay. Okay, I'll come up.
Okay.
So once again,
You wanna go ahead, Russ, with item number 2?
Thank you, Chairman. Wentz County Commissioners, Russ Avey, Planning Consultant. Agenda item 2 is a specific amendment related to a WEX conditional use permit. As we've kind of alluded to here in bits and pieces this morning on agenda item number 1, this is what the applicants state as the final piece of their development plan. It's a conditional use permit for a WEX facility, limited to solely the electric transmission lines emanating from the larger field to the west. This will provide them a final connection point, eastern terminus, if you will, to get to KDOT right-of-way from the generation facilities located further to the west in the county. Fairly straightforward, although it falls again under the umbrella of a larger, more controversial issue of WEX systems in Marion County in general. This particular CUP, at least in my opinion, is fairly straightforward. It doesn't have any of the hallmark requirements or infrastructure of a typical WEX CUP that we've seen in previous applications. Again, simply for a transmission line over the past few, or the last few miles until it reaches Highway 77 right away, and then it will turn south into Butler County. The application, staff recommended 2 conditions: that it conform with the site plan submitted as part of this particular application and fits into the larger development plan that you'll hear next, as well as receive any and all state, local, and federal permits as necessary. During the October 24th Planning Commission meeting, we got into a lot of detail as it relates to the location of the poles, the height of the transmission lines, the interference with natural features such as wetlands, floodplain issues, things of that nature. We walked through the staff report as it relates to this CUP falling under the same, again, development plan that Expedition Wind will discuss next, as well as the road agreements if needed, emergency service provisions as needed, and any other type of inclusion in the other agreements between Expedition Wind and the county as it relates to their overall development of this wind farm project. With that, I'll set for any questions that you may have.
I think it was fairly well brought up at the planning and zoning, showing that it's approximately a mile.
It's just over a mile, if I recall. The applicants want to address that.
The actual CUP, Jesse from Expedition Wind, the actual CUP covers, I believe it's just under 2,000 feet. The development plan that will be appended if this is passed to the previously proposed development plan is approximately a mile. But the CUP area within it is just under 2,000.
And their application conformed to everything that, all the standards and.
It does simply, in large part, due to the fact that it is not a generating facility. I mean, there's going to be no turbines, there's not going to be any substations, there's no other type of above-ground infrastructure that would be relevant under the various, the multitude of provisions of Article 27 for such projects. So again, it falls under the umbrella of a WEX conditional use permit. I think for some of this reason, we can see that this is going to hopefully go away in the future after the text amendment. But that nonetheless, due, I assume, to the applicant's time frame of getting the project approved and permitted, that we're here today to simply cover the bases. And the best way to do that under previous interpretations of our zoning regulations is to file a CUP that deals strictly with the electric transmission lines. Again, with the text amendment that we just heard, this will probably be the last of its kind.
Okay. Commission?
And so, Mr. Avey, I go back to my first question, and this one, as you admit yourself, does fall under the protest petition time?
Correct.
So, how do you justify us not sticking by the statute? Why are we here today instead of giving the people their their fair due process?
Well, first and foremost, I don't set the agenda for the Marion County
I
Board of County
understand,
Commissioners.
but knowing what you know, could you not say this is inappropriate and maybe we should not be doing this?
Inappropriate is an opinion that I don't know if it has merits here. Is there a legal obligation to wait the 14 days prior to having it scheduled in front of the governing body? I don't see any proof of that. So my answer to that would be no. However, I have stated my opinion that if asked the question, have I seen this done before, the answer would be no, I have not. Those are two mutually exclusive, at least in my opinion, questions. One is normal practice and one is what is or what is not legal. I cannot answer the second question, but I can certainly answer the first question.
But that's not what you said the night of the meeting. You did.
I'm stating it for the record tonight. I do not believe that I have the authority to schedule items in front of the county commission on the 24th of October either. Having said that, this does not remove any rights of the protesters. They would still have until this Thursday at 5 p.m. to file a valid protest petition against this application with the county clerk's office. I will then receive those protest petitions and then do a calculation to determine whether or not it's 20% or more of the land area. If it is calculated to be 20% or more of the land area held in the notification area held in protest, then it will invalidate whatever approval potentially that would happen here today. Again, if there is a valid protest, we know that it would take a unanimous decision by this board to approve, to override and override both the Planning Commission's recommendation as well as the protest petition to approve the WEX conditional use permit. That would negate any decision made here today, I would assume, well into the future.
So how many other counties do you know do that?
Like I said, this is unique to this particular instance.
Okay, so again, we're voting on a hypothetical here, and it is very premature, and it's very sad. I sat here and listened to you mince your words. I was very disappointed in that. I'm sorry, just very disappointed in the way you did that.
Okay,
Does the
getting back
lawyer
to
have
item
this?
number 2. Any other commission discussion?
One question, Russ.
Yes, sir.
The way you said that is that voted on today and taken, it still allows somebody to protest. Then what happens with that protest right then? Does it come back to a meeting sitting right back here again?
Yes.
If they protest?
Again, I think this is going to be the county councilor's answer, but I'll offer, since you asked me that question, I would think that there is a likelihood that if you were to vote to recommend approval, to take the Planning Commission's recommendation and approve this final CUP, and there was determined to be a valid protest petition, I think it would simply change the outcome of, it wouldn't change the vote. I do not believe that we would have to come back for a future hearing on the matter and re-vote. It would simply, let's say it's a 2-to-1 vote to approve. And we know that with a valid protest petition, it requires a majority of this board to approve. The effect today through, let's say Friday, would be that that conditional use has been approved. We come to find that there's a valid protest petition. All of a sudden, that 2-to-1 vote isn't for approval, it is a failure to approve. And so that CUP application simply dies.
Everything depends on the 20% of the land project.
That is correct, in your hypothetical.
Okay, so I have to ask you this question then as well. Why do we have to do it today? What is the hurry to do it? Why can't we just do it right and do the 14-day? I mean, what is the justification for doing it the way we're doing it?
Election.
Even the appearance of not giving due process, to me, is just wrong. It's wrong to do that. Why do we have to do it today? What's the urgency?
Ask your
It's a
lawyer.
question I don't have the answer for.
Ask your lawyer.
Brad, why do we have to do it today? What is the urgency?
If you ask that direct question, I'm going to direct you to Expedition. going back to what Russ said, if you vote today on this one, exactly what he's saying is correct. It's a conditional vote. Protest petition, they still have every right to that on this particular item. If a valid protest petition, after he's reviewed it, comes in within the time frame, everything that you've done today basically goes back to step one.
So Brad, are you going to tell me that this is the right thing to do?
It's not the wrong thing to do, and that there's no prohibition on it. And I know that's a lawyerly answer,
The
but
question was, is it the right thing to
you know,
do?
I have to give you the legal advice. Are you precluded from doing it? No. If you wish to wait and table it, your choice as well. But there's nothing, the part that I would object to is if in some way we were impacting those who might file a protest petition. We're not. Nothing is going to get done on this. If the protest petition comes in, we're right back where we started. So no one has lost that right, if that makes sense.
Yes, ma'am.
Me, ma'am? If
Name, please.
Yeah, ma'am. Word gets out.
Ma'am, did you give us your name?
Yes, Jennifer May,
Okay.
that it's been voted on. Is that going to, people who don't understand the process, are they going to understand that they still have a right to do that petition, to file that petition, to protest?
In my opinion, by doing it the way we're doing it, we're simply convoluting it all the more. You know, because there's enough confusion as it is.
Especially for people who don't understand.
I know.
The process.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then why we're not going by the process.
Right.
Yeah, good question.
And you know, if we're not manipulating the personal agenda, then the only action to take, I think, is to err on the side of giving that full 14 days.
Yeah, thank you, I agree.
12 days.
I agree.
14 days.
Thank you, I agree.
But you still have the right to the protest petition, even if it's approved.
I didn't really understand what you said.
Well, everybody understands that, and
You want to say something, sir?
Yeah, just, I'm not gonna, Jerry from Wilson, I'm not gonna repeat everything. I think he hit it right on the head with just one word, the right of a person. And the 14 days gives every person that was at the meeting or has heard about the meeting or has seen the video, the right to come back in 14 days. And if we don't do that, we're taking somebody's right away. And that is a slippery slope when we talk about somebody's right to be able to sit here and hear about what's going on. And I mean, that is my concern, somebody's right. It may be that nobody's gonna be protesting it, but it's a right. I mean, in a court of law, and as you guys are, you are commissioned by laws, by standards set out by the state. In a court of law, they cannot judge a person before they hear testimony. And it sounds like that's what we're gonna do here, is we're gonna judge on something before we hear everybody's petition rights. And like I said, it may not be that anybody's gonna petition or oppose it, but we're voting on it and we're deciding it before we hear any petitions. And again, why can we not just wait until Friday, 4 days later, and judge on it? And another question is, if you guys didn't set the agenda, where did the agenda come from that it had to be done today?
Commissioners are not meeting on the 12th. They're gonna be gone.
Okay.
There's no meeting that week.
No big deal.
We do the
So we
elections.
push it past that. I mean, it's easiest to push, like they said, err on the side of caution instead of doing it earlier. Because we may have people that want to be here, but I mean, I know there's communities that communicate. I'm not on a community to protest, or I'm not on a website. I'm listening to what I'm coming here in these meetings and finding out. And that's how I know about it. And that's my only concern, is the right of the person. So, thank you.
Yeah, Nancy Tharp, and I would like to say that the process will be followed with the protest time. We know that will be followed. Tomorrow there will be a vote, and we all know that. And I believe this is another Hail Mary attempt, as we've had it all along, and I think we can all be truthful and say, yep, it's been a Hail Mary attempt. And I believe that we need to think about put that in. And I believe that we can also think about the rights of the contract owners who want the expedition when to proceed. And we have had 3 commissioners throughout this time frame. We had 3 commissioners for the Northern Wind Farm, and I believe we owe it to the contract owners and to the people of the county that do want the wind farm. It's not just the opposition group that lives in this county. There are people that live in the town of Marion. They are not, it's not just the opposition group. They're people that want the wind farm. They want the money it brings. They like wind farms. They want it. And I believe to make a vote with the 3 commissioners, we started with it. I believe we owe it to people because this process of this protest time is going to happen. And if the protest comes through, you said it, no. So I say 3 commissioners because the process will happen. Thank you.
Go ahead, Brandon.
I think, Charlie, you had your
Okay.
hand up.
I agree with the Hail Mary. The Hail Mary is over there that's trying to get it done before the commissioners. And besides that, you have not listened to the taxpayers of Marion County. I'm on the Liberty Board, and I'm goes that part. You haven't listened to everybody that's against it either. You've made your own decisions. So you guys are gonna have to look out for next year's taxes, because we'll see who protests our taxes next year.
Yeah, I do. I'd be happy. Trish Both, I represent Expedition Wind. I can provide you some additional information that might help you as you work through this question. And that's that we've been talking about this specific application for 1 CUP, right, for just this area. That's the agenda item. The area, the protest petition, the folks that have the right to the 14 days, those are only the landowners within 1,000 feet of that CUP area. 89% of those landowners have already communicated to Sharon that they will not file a protest. So you can be comfortable that 89% of the protest area has already confirmed that they are comfortable, they have received information, and they are not filing a protest to the CUP, as has already been covered. Again, anyone else who has not identified made their decision certainly has the entire 14-day period, and as they described in the law, there's nothing about the state statute that requires to take this vote in any particular order. If there's a unanimous decision, then it holds regardless of a protest petition. If it's a protest petition of 20% of the protest area, then simply the vote would have to be a simple majority.
Okay. Thank you for the information.
So for Russ, when this protest petition gets filed, do you have a legal description so that you can calculate that land area?
Yes, it's gonna happen just like the previous season.
Right. Do we have a legal description so that we know where it's at? Because when you look at the map, it looks like it's right on the road because it's so far out. There's no legal, I have not seen a legal description as to where these poles are going.
We have legal descriptions of the
So we can,
property
so it
ownership.
can be, so it can be
limited.
protested from the legal
Don't cut
boundaries.
him off. Russ, go ahead and finish.
We have a legal description of the ownership within which the application area, the subject property is situated.
Okay, so we can protest from the legal description of the property boundary, just like we were allowed to in the last protest petition that Expedition said no to.
It would be from the application, the perimeter of the application
Right,
area.
for the legal
correct?
description. Thank you.
Randy, if you want to say something.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're only one day from having a vote for our 2 new county commissioners who will be seated, I believe in either 10 days or 2 weeks, depending on how you decide to do things. Seems to me like the reason we were getting 2 more county commissioners is for big decisions, a little hike that. So, so it's not only made by 3 people, so that everybody that the people have voted in will have a say in something like this. So so by trying to hurry this deal, you know, by doing things that probably are legal, but that some attorney might be able to say, "Oop, nope, it really isn't." Just doesn't make a lot of sense when we're so close to getting the new ones seated anyway, and it really does make the three of you it does make the three of you look kind of bad anyway, like you're just trying to push something through.
Dave?
I'd like to counter that. I'm Dave Profet. The three people who are running for 3 or 4, 5, I don't know how many's running for this position, but we haven't been privileged to all the meetings that's been going on. So it'd be unfair to bring us in and make us vote the first day on something this big. So I feel that it should be your guys' 3 decisions, because you've been involved with it for the last 6 years. Last year, all the lawyers, all the meetings. Because I haven't been privy to any of the meetings. Maybe some of the other candidates have been privy to them, but I have not, so I wouldn't know where to begin to ask the right questions.
So, I'm Amy Sawyer, I'm also running against you.
In the
But I just wanted to make a comment, I mean, are we kind of forgetting the fact that you guys are under a lawsuit right now? And Expedition Wind just entered into that lawsuit, so we're kind of speeding up a lot of these processes, but at the same time, there's a pending lawsuit that's still going on, so I think that you guys aren't really taking some of that into consideration. And if both of you guys sat up on the 24th and said there's a 14-day window, I mean, not to lump all this together, just to do due process, just take this one off the table, come back on the 12th or the 13th or whatever day, and do it. I don't.
My name's Michelle Betts, and I guess I'm gonna, what Ms. Vogt said about the 89%, I've probably talked to at least one landowner in that 89% right there, and they are waiting, you know, for the Hail Mary that I'm trying to throw here. They're waiting to see what you guys do today. So that could possibly sway any effort that I'm putting forth on it, and I just think you guys should wait and give me that chance.
Well, you know, as Russ and Brad both stated, that protest petition is still open. I mean,
They're waiting to see what you guys are gonna do today. And they get back to me, so.
okay,
Add that to the lawsuit.
go back to item number 2. Commission, any more thoughts? Randy?
Since it's been mentioned, the Up North project, been through that, had probably 60 to 80 people in a meeting right upstairs up here, 100% for it that night. We can't, and I was even told to, don't even know why they're here, to move forward with that project up there. Had a little different opinions down here in this area when we started this project, but there's 100 and some people out there that's wanting this project to go, and they're wanting to move on. They've watched all the lawsuits and things go on, but they're out here doing the same thing. I think a couple of them's here today, and so there's the other side of your stories too, and that's a big thing. Most of it's in my present area. I've been with this project since it was first introduced to the county, and right now it comes down to, from the way I understand from Russ and Brad, comes down to the 20% protest area. One way or the other, that's the bottom line, to whether it's now, today. If it was proved today, it's 20%, then we gotta do something else. If it's proved next week, it's gotta do something else, 20%. So it comes down to that. That's the bottom line, to what it comes down to, regardless of what else we do. Michelle, you think that some of them might be persuaded by our vote today?
Yes, I was actually told that.
I'm under the inner feelings that it's down to a bottom line. It's nothing that I can do, nothing that this commission can do. If it's the 20% comes up and proven, then that's something that we have to be addressed. So that's all I have to say for the reason why I would vote today, or you make a motion today.
And so before we do that though, I would also say, to also add to that gentleman's comments too, it is actually his constitutional right, First Amendment right to protest that we are interfering here with. And that should be taken very seriously. So, and I do take that very seriously. Mrs. Thorpe, you're gonna get your wind farm, you're gonna get your money. I just don't see why we can't give the other side respect enough to go through due process. My only point.
I believe
so thank you.
Well, I'd like to respond. Due process is being done here.
No, it's not.
This
No,
gentleman
it's
said
not.
so. This gentleman said so, and I would like the due process of all the contract owners, all the people that want the wind farm, because process will occur because of the 14-day. And I have a feeling that you will make sure that there is process because of what he has said. It will come later. I believe you will make sure. Thank you.
Okay, Tom, what do you-
Well, it's not about how many do want it and how many don't. That's where we get into the quasi-judicial aspect of all this. It's the people it affects. And the people it affects should have more determining the decision than just all these people did and all these people didn't. Up north, they didn't know what they was getting into, and there's a bunch of unhappy people up there.
Yeah, it's true.
It's true.
That's true.
Yeah. And the media, they say, well, everything's groovy up there, but it's not. I could have them interview a few people that would contradict all that. I think it's unfair right before the election to make up any kind of decision like this. I guess that's it for now. We'll wait for the next one.
Got one more
I
short
just, yeah, I
comment.
just had a rebuttal on the thing of it wouldn't matter. Jerry from Wilson, it wouldn't matter. It actually does. If you pass something now, it may affect and it may I wouldn't say manipulate. I don't want to get to that word, but it may have an effect on some landowners thinking, well, my vote's not going to count, so I'm not going to protest. I mean, they've already voted it yes. So I'm not gonna do, and it may, you don't know, that 20% may be 75%. We don't know, we haven't taken a poll, a legal poll and said, knock, knock, here, sign this, are you for it or are you against it? I mean, if we had that in our elections, I mean, what's the use for tomorrow? If we know 89% are with one of these guys behind me, yeah, why are we doing that? But again, my thing is, if we vote today, it may hinder somebody's final thought of, should I protest or should I not? And they're going to be in that area, and so if we do that today, we're affecting somebody's thought.
Nancy Tharp, I have just one thing. If people are coming to vote for their county commissioners based on a wind farm attribute, they're really missing the point. They need to come and vote for their commissioner tomorrow about Marion County issues and what their commissioner brings, not just a wind farm attribute. They need to know their commissioner.
Nobody said that.
Thank you. Thank you for
That's what we're all
reminding me.
doing. I think that's what we're all
Well,
doing.
I
I meant
believe
the other way
not.
around.
But that's enough. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
let's get back
Thank you.
to, from the commission point of view, we need to either take action or not take action on this. CUP, is it number 7?
Does anybody, other commissioner, have any reasons of discussion on this, on number 2 here?
I made my points very clear. I just feel like we're not looking out for the county, and we're not giving all the people their due process. I take that to heart. I really feel as though, as commissioners, we're doing a great disservice to all the people by infringing upon their rights. And I don't care if it's one day. I don't care if it's one day. If I have the right to do something in one day, I want mine one day. I just think it's the wrong thing to do.
Okay. Everybody said what they wanna say. What's the commission wanna do with it? I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion to approve Expedition Wind conditional use permit number 7.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Passes 2-1. Okay, item number 3.
Do we need to do that in the form of a resolution though?
Well,
Or do
yeah,
we do the
vote on it
resolution
and then,
later?
and then vote on the resolution also. That-
Still got the element of another 4 days. I don't know. I would probably.
Do we do the resolution after?
I would, because we still have the ability, as we've been saying, for people to file a protest
Right.
petition. I would recommend we wait on the resolution too, since we don't have it. So-
Okay, we'll wait
Well,
on
she
the
does have a
resolution until
resolution, I
the
just didn't have
protest
the number.
petition has expired.
It's whatever the commission chooses.
That suffice? Okay, we'll move on to item number 3 then. Expedition Wind Development Plan. We don't have access to that.
There are more chairs in the hallway. There are more folding chairs in the hallway. If you want to bring them in, there's room over here.
Jesse, are you gonna handle that?
Yeah, I told Sharon I'd bring her a copy.
Sorry. Fighting with this paper here.
Sorry.
Looks like it's gonna empty out.
Sure. You have a
Yeah, so if you have that, would be helpful.
They actually motivate. Yeah. I got a flag go out of there. That way out of the box. I just don't go through.
Jesse, is this?
I'm not sure how to use it. This is
Would you like to see an overall picture of the development plan?
So, just to be clear, this is the official development plan that we're proposing. This is an operational map that incorporates what we've included in the development plan. And it's 3 by 4.
What do you need, Sharon?
Whatever
Don't
helps you
have a
make.
thumb drive for that one.
Actually, I do.
Okay.
I wonder.
Come back on.
Stepping out for some time. We're being too loud.
There's pins that are in the top. Yeah. I can look for some.
Oh, geez, I
Yeah, I jump back to that.
Got it?
Yep.
I've seen it. I've seen where the stone's at. This is just an open stone. I've seen it.
I got some here.
Yeah, that's basically the one
They don't show you CUP for on any of their maps.
that's the map that I made up 6 months ago. The one I got on my phone.
So nobody knows.
It's a mess.
Sorry. That's all right. Go ahead. All right, we'll make room for you.
It's gonna cost more money, I guess.
Go ahead.
Commissioners, Chair, thank you again for your consideration and allowing us to present the development plan, proposed development plan for Expedition. What I'd like to do is, this is a pretty comprehensive map, so I'd like to work from this for just a couple of moments, and then move to the development plan, which incorporates all the things that are here. What you're looking at here in black outline, dotted outline, is the combination of the previously proposed development plan, which this commission recommended that we hold off on the passage of that or the adoption of that until such time that this CUP 7 question was clarified. And so this incorporates the little portion here that we included in today's CUP. So all of this has already been seen, and this is just the appended piece. This plan incorporates 74 wind turbines and alternate sites as well. So the whirlies here are the planned wind turbines at this stage, and then alternates are in orange throughout the project. Now what we're looking at here in purple is all of the previous CUP areas and incorporating today's CUP area here. This plan incorporates all the existing infrastructure, distribution lines, transmission lines, pipelines, microwave beam paths, the flyway to the Smoky Hills bombing range up to the north, and a 6-mile separation between that flyway and the project. Also all the residences, which are participating residences and non-participating residences. And we've incorporated the setbacks that we've talked about previously in this process of at least 1,500 feet from a participating residence and at least 2,000 feet from a non-participating residence. This plan also, as called or as required by the application, incorporates the underground collection system that's planned with this particular layout in the dotted blue lines. And then additionally, the access roads to access those turbines, all within CUP areas. Additionally, this turbine layout includes the required setback of tip height plus 50 feet off of the CUP area as well, so the included properties. You can see in the center, we've got a substation, an internal collection substation, which will step up the voltage from 34.5 kV to 345 kV. And then this dotted fuchsia line is the transmission line which heads east through all CUP areas to the KDOT right of way, for which we've got a permit with KDOT. I think that covers this map. Oh, we also included the haul routes in this map, so. Well,
Can't see it.
yeah, actually this, I don't know if this map has the haul routes on there. Yeah, it does, in orange. So this map, the development plan will have a better description of the haul routes so you can see them in more contrast. I'm missing O&M building. We've also got an O&M building and laydown yard located in the proximity of the substation. Any questions on this map before we move to the?
Does Road and Bridge have access to this so they know when the whole routes are?
We did meet with Bryce and discussed that, this is the proposed haul roads at this point. We also sent him the KMZ file so that he had something to look at, but we both mutually agreed to meet up again and talk about specifics and any additional concerns. Of course, we have to have the Road and Bridge sign off in order to use those haul roads.
I see no haul routes on here. Delivery routes. Is that what you call them?
Yeah.
Delivery routes.
Looks like it's not on this map, actually. I thought it was the orange. But we'll, so as we click through, you see, get you to the page that the haul routes are on. Yeah, I'm going to just a second, so we'll get that first.
Jess, is this the version you dropped off in advance?
This is the version, I'm sorry, with,
Dropped off with Sharon in advance?
this map here? Yes.
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 The commissioners have each been provided.
Which includes the haul routes. Delivery routes, yeah.
Delivery routes.
Yep, so that would be page 20. Page 20. Oh, right.
That's
Next
page
one.
20.
21, sorry. That is the proposed haul routes, which is a draft version. But incorporating Bryce's comments, we'll have the final, and we'll present that
But they don't have.
to P and Z as planned.
Because I can show you one.
If you'd like, we can page through. Do you all have a copy of this? Okay.
I have a copy in my office if you want to.
If we start at the very first page. Again, this page just shows very clearly the areas that are included in the development boundary, incorporating today's CUP 7 in the east. Next page. Oh, additionally, this page includes existing infrastructure, a transmission line that traverses from the southwest to the northeast, the distribution lines within the project that exist today, the roads, and the railroad, as well as pipelines. There's 2 pipelines that go through the project as well. Next page, please. This page is really just showing the difference between when you saw this map before, the development area, and the new CUP in the far east. It's just supposed to show that clearly. The next map includes the overview of the proposed installations, so turbines, alternate turbine locations, the collection system, underground collection system, I mean, the substation, the proposed transmission line, and the haul routes incorporated in this. The shaded within the development boundary is the CUPs, which have all been passed previously, along with today's. Any questions on this map?
When a CUP, you like the railroads going through, do they have to give any type of written approval?
The railroad? Yes. Yeah, we have a process that's begun with the Burlington Northern already to look at 3 crossings. So in addition to the KDOT crossings, we also have to deal with the railroad. I'm sorry, the one along 50.
Oh, that's Burlington.
Yeah, Burlington Northern, and then the other one going up through Holly. Yeah, we're kicking that one off next.
Okay. I see, cross highway 50.
Yep. These following 16 maps show what was in the prior map, as well as the crossings from the county roads, or along the county roads, that we proposed previously in this process. And it just drills it down to all 16 areas that cover this full project area. So if we take, for example, well, map 1 of 16, this map shows kind of that star pattern. Those are the microwave beam paths which go through the area already, communication towers. Right here. So this map, 1 of 16, basically covers this area. 2 of 16 will cover this area, and so on. This incorporates the contours, which are proposed to not change within the project. And so this is, what you're looking at is 10-foot contours, elevation, as well as existing structures in red on that map. Again, shaded is the CUP area within the development boundary. The development boundary on these maps is dotted white line. The candy cane color is the crossings of the county roads, which are allowed for the underground collection system, which we will still have to file for a crossing permit. Blue is, I'm sorry, green in this map is the delivery routes and access roads to the turbines. And then the whirlies are the turbines. Each are numbered.
Is there I like that term. Is there a whirly on this? I don't see a
I mean,
whirly
that's the
on
name
this
of the
one.
icon when we load it, so sorry.
Is there one on this particular map so that you can see what it looks like?
So
Yeah.
like this and this.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Where do those green lines stop at?
These right here.
Yep. Correct.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Are there any questions on this map? If not, then we can go to page.
Jesse, can I ask one thing? What are the setbacks from non-participating landowners?
So the non-participating, we've got, the best thing, what's required by the county, but the best thing you can look at here is
Now, what are they setting the boundaries of the non-participating? No.
tip pipe plus 50 feet.
No. You said 1,000 feet on the.
Oh, from homes? I'm sorry. 2,000,
Non-participating landowners.
2,000 feet from non-participating
Houses. How about landowners?
That is, the requirement is actually a
You
sound
said you were gonna
requirement.
give us 1,000 back when we did the deal with the county commission. When we did it at the city building, you had 1,000 non-participating landowners. Yes, you did. You had 1,800 at one time. the way you
Which
said it.
meeting was that?
When they asked for the CUP, the first part, they offered, when they come back and said we'd have 1,000 feet for
Oh, yeah, that's
non-participating
right.
landowners.
I understand what you're talking about. So if
What's
you
all
look
of
at, so we were talking about the boundary of the CUP.
Right.
And when you take that boundary, when it's, so if we take project overview, that is page 3. That shaded area inside is our CUP area. And for turbine setbacks from those areas that are set back from non-participating properties, it's 1,000 feet from that non-participating property, as well as 500 feet plus, or excuse me, tip height plus 50 feet.
So we get.
So 1,550
We will
in
get
most
15
cases.
for non-participating land on that side.
Provided that the CUP area accounts for that, that's exactly right.
So you're saying, okay, we got this field here, so we've got 1,500 feet from there to
Yep.
that. We got 1,500 feet over here, 1,500 over here on it.
Yeah, that parcel you're looking at right there is entirely set back by 1,550 feet plus.
I'm just asking, it's just one question I had to find out. for sure.
Apologize, I didn't understand exactly the
Well,
question right
I mean, you gave it to us earlier, just making sure
Got
it's
it.
still there.
Got it. Yeah, and so as you look at, you know, you remember when we were at the P and Z hearing and showing the actual buildable property, it's a very small, you know, what's left over in the development area is very small. That's because as you look in the western edge of that, we've got collection running through there, but we can't have any turbines in there because once you take that additional tip height plus 50 feet, there's no way for you to get a turbine to fit.
How do you work on terraces? Like you put the windmill in a terrace field, can I ask?
Each landowner we're gonna work with, and we've spoken with many, that will work through the terrace situation with each one of them. I can't answer that
I'm just
exactly
asking how you work with them.
Yeah.
Because some of them, I know if
Directly.
my sister gets one on her ground, you've got terraces every 1,500 feet or less.
Sure. Directly in the
To mess
terrace,
up the terrace or the waterway, and there's very little spots to look.
and the integrity of the terrace,
Okay, go ahead.
the integrity of the terraces,
Thank you.
we agree to observe that as well.
Thanks, Jesse.
Yep. Okay, so if we go to residential buffers, so it'll be after 16. I think it's the next one. There we go. This map just is to illustrate that setback from residences that we discussed. The green buffers represents 1,500 feet from participating residences. The whitish buffers represent 2,000 feet from non-participating residences. Next page, please. Again, this shows the delivery routes as proposed and prior to working through this with the road and bridge. Next page, please. As a condition of the development plan, we were asked to show the current land use within the project boundary area. And so this shows exactly that. Native grasses are in green, dry crop in yellow. There's a little bit of CRP in the project in purple. Tame grass is the hatched, and then wooded is in orange. Next page, please. The orientation of this up is west. Are you able to rotate it, perchance?
Well, I should be able to.
It's west.
Did I go the wrong way?
Two more. The purpose of this map is to show how our project connects to the grid. So really it shows the development boundary, and then the little dots are turbine locations within the development boundary. But the fuchsia line is the transmission line or generation tie line, which runs from the collection substation within the project area east to the county or to the state highway, and then down along the state highway into Butler County on our point of interconnection to the south along Westar's 345 kV Emporia, Wichita to Emporia transmission line. And that site has been granted a CUP from Butler County.
That's a degraft area.
Yeah, it's just south of Burns and about 4 miles. Yep. And that is our proposed development plan. I'm happy to take any questions or clarifications.
So you've received approval from railroads, pipeline, same notification for pipelines? Or?
So the next step in our process, once we have the permitted use, we then work with the county to get cross agreements for county roads and rights of way, state highway crossings, and the pipeline crossings, as well as the railroad. Part of that process, I'm sorry. Part of that process is to verify exactly where it is, because the maps that are sometimes available, that moves around a little bit. The pipeline might be 5 feet one side or the other. And so that will verify exactly where those are, and we'll file for those permits with each of those entities. Title permits.
And I know there were some areas of historical value. Who do you correspond with, Kansas Historical Society?
Correct. And we have, yep.
Have you sent them stuff what you're doing now, or you're going to?
What we did is we took a full, so there's 2 stages. There's a desktop review that has to occur, which we've done. And then once the layout is finalized, which this is the next step to do that. Once the layout is, let's say, draft final, then Westwood or an environmental agency that will investigate wetlands as well as the cultural areas, they'll go out and they take samples in that area. They'll do an on-site delineation.
Thank you.
Yep.
Do you allow any of this? I know when we had that pipeline come through Marion County, they went right through this, right along or through the Santa Fe Trail. And at the point they were doing some digging, they allowed some archaeologists or something there to come in and kind of check for things. Is that something that you coordinate with the Kansas Historical Society?
So the way that first of all, just to be clear, we don't cross any of those historic trails. But aside from that, we will have Westwood go out and take samples along, for example, the sites that we have holes for the transmission line. They'll sample those sites and make sure that everything looks good there as far as from a wetland and cultural perspective, archaeological perspective. We will also be communicating with the state. Part of the construction plan will also incorporate if there's any, they call it lithos. If there's any evidence of debris or anything of historical significance, that will also be investigated further.
Any other questions? Jesse?
So this is a agglomeration of all the CUPs, right?
That's correct.
This is a compound.
That's correct. Yep.
Well,
This essentially, passage of this and ratification of this plan will allow us to move forward into the final siting, which has to incorporate all the setbacks that are required through this process up to now, and review by the planning and zoning staff to make sure that we're compliant. in the event that any turbines move. You know, we did incorporate alternate turbine locations in here. This doesn't incorporate 100% of what's filed with the FAA, but those are the best spots, and so we did want to represent them. It wasn't required as a part of this development plan, but just to clearly communicate that this layout is not final, but it is a very good representation of what we likely see.
So if we ratify this development plan and there has to be some changes, does that have to come before the commission?
Sure.
So the final plan would have sort of like a disturbance limit where we review everything amongst that limit. And that gives them the ability to move a turbine slightly from where it is being proposed. If they have to move things farther than that, then there's a possibility that that would be
So, I
out
mean, the
of line.
footprint itself is not gonna change.
No, that's correct. The boundary is
set.
Any
set.
type of expansion would have to come back through the process.
That's correct.
And we don't foresee any reason for that at this stage. Should that occur, we would of course bring it to you. This should allow us to move forward. It's got the space, it's got the access, all of the elements incorporated into a wind project that would allow it to move forward.
Just one comment, we have been in discussions with the city of Marion on an existing building for the O&M building. We think that's a good opportunity, we plan to move forward on that, but just for purposes of the development plan, we thought we would put an alternate in here in case something happens to that building.
That's right.
We've got it under control at this stage, but it's not 100% acquired with all the plans and everything.
You have like an option on it then or something? Do you plan on maintaining your office downtown, or you would bring it all together in that location?
It'll probably be in the Marion building.
The O&M building up by the highway.
Well, I was gonna ask, the original Doyle on this was, they were gonna use the existing transmission lines, and this is completely, and honored all that. The people, when they voted for that, or the commissioner or the governing body, when they voted on that, they were gonna use the existing lines. And now we're doing this, and we might be talking about eminent domain of a private company, and we might be.
Let me be very clear. There is no eminent domain associated with this project in our company at this point. And I shouldn't even say at this point, we don't have the power of eminent domain.
Well, I understand you don't, but.
So that, it's just not something that is on the table for us at all.
One thing is all the islands out there where I assume they're non-participating, and I know you're probably not talking about road maintenance agreement just yet, but is that still on the county to maintain those areas and those roads, or are they allowed to pass through those areas and maintain those roads? And what kind of hiccups would that be traveling on? Because of the mess we got up north. I mean, are we allowed to get on those roads to fix those roads?
What I could say is that everything within the development boundary, we are proposing, road and maintenance agreement plan, and that is yet to be negotiated, but the areas will be very specifically defined. And you can see that we've included these accesses down here, and for example, I understand that there's a cemetery road down here that we want to be careful of, and we'll be incorporating that as we move through that process as well.
What you're saying, Joni, is will the county have access to those roads to move a piece of equipment down to get to a section that they have to maintain?
Yeah, because they have to maintain a little island right there.
That'll have to be addressed in the RMA.
Yeah, because otherwise,
Right.
you
Might have to go around.
You get the finger pointing, well, you crossed over a road and now you damaged it. Well, it's just too much what if.
I got one question, Jesse, if you answer.
Yes, sir.
Who has the rights on the road when we're farming? We park our sand mines on the road because we can't get them in the fields to load them, unload them.
Sure, I can answer that.
During harvest time, telling us what to do and what not to do.
Sure, I appreciate that. What I can say is that these are still public roads. That being said, as a condition of the roads and maintenance agreement, we expect there to be notice provisions and limited closure provisions, and so I don't know exactly where that's.
I'll honor you if you honor me. I mean, I'm just saying. you're in my way, you'll
we
move and
want-
let me through, and if I'm in your way, I will give me a few minutes, I may move out of your way.
Absolutely.
I mean, I'm just trying to see
Provided
what the
there's a
deal.
safe passage, that's exactly the intent of these
If it does
construction
happen.
processes.
I don't want you to close the road off and I can't farm my half section.
Yeah,
You're saying
I
limited
understand.
closure, Jesse, and I think that's probably, he's asking this question of me too. Limited closure, what would that consist of? If you got a big project or something, the windmills have to go down a certain road on a certain day, and yet he's farming that day or cutting wheat that day, is that a limited closure that you're gonna cut him off that day?
Yes.
I mean,
For what I got
it's
to
something
do.
that we gotta work out through the roads and maintenance agreement, but from a general, perspective and operationally, we don't wanna be in a situation where people can't have access to the properties either. And so very clear coordination with the land liaison at the time is very important before each one of those closures. And we would expect to have that incorporated into our agreement as well.
So Jesse, I have a question for you, based on the experience that we have up north, and I understand what you're saying, and Nick Coyle and Bryce Bartley and all those big people that had trade land up there said basically the same thing to us. Well, then it got sold to Vanell, and then you get subcontractors in here, and then the right hand don't know what the left hand's doing, and then you're in a basket of mess like we are up there. Is that possible that the same thing could happen here? I mean, is there any foreseeable sale of this project from you people, and then of course subcontractors?
Pat, you spoke about this.
Yeah, let me just comment on that. You know, anything is possible, right?
Okay, and I knew that, I just wanted to make sure I was right.
But one of the things that Aries has agreed to with us is that NRS will stay with the project through 18 months, carrying all the way through post-construction. And I think what you had before is, you know, new people showing up here and there. It will be our job as a part of the roads maintenance agreement to make sure that a good working group, which would include landowners, would be meeting on a regular basis.
For 18 months.
For 18 months, just to carry it all the way through.
Or the, you know, the end of that whatever the end of that process
Yeah,
is, but
at
we're
the
just
stage-
saying that our commitment is substantial throughout the entire process.
So you'll be here to the end of the project, because I know this one up here was scheduled for 13 months, and it's well past
And we heard
the
you.
time. So are we saying the end of the project?
Yep. The end of the project, so we're all comfortable. Those are early stage agreements, and in fact, you may see some of that this afternoon. I'm not exactly sure of the schedule, but we've made some proposals consistent with that, which we think would be an improvement over what you get. And I know talk is cheap. I mean, you know, I think what you will find is Aries likes to finish. They're very careful about their reputation. They're a huge public company, and those things are important to them.
A couple of other things. I'm sorry I cut you off accidentally
no, that's
before. So,
fine.
Aries is a U.S. company. Again, you know, we've had these discussions, and we heard your board and the concerns back in February and before when we had met. That process, there's been points of contact, and then it rolled into a new point of contact, and rolled into a new point of contact. And so we endeavor to not have that circumstance. And we heard you, and we appreciate that feedback, and that's what we intend.
And so part of our agreement with Aries is that we stay through it. We actually brought that to them over the last 90 days based upon watching this circumstance. We think we've got relationships with the landowners. Hopefully they're a relatively good relationship with the county government. And so for us to kind of overlay the project during this time period, if there is, and there will be some changes, but hopefully you got my cell number, and you got Jesse's cell number, and you got Lindsay's cell number, and you know, you can reach one of us, and so we can bring some content that didn't exist so far.
And to be clear, Pat said to the end of the project, now, that of course is to the point that all the construction issues have been closed.
I would imagine you're born under all the roads, aren't you? With these lines, as far as shutting somebody off get into a field?
Yeah, all of that entire process is gonna be, each crossing will be, decided differently.
Oh, differently, so you will dig through the.
Potentially, it
roads
depends on
also.
the conditions and what we work through, the roads and the planning and zoning department with.
Okay. Any other questions, commission?
I guess my next question is to Brad. We're looking at this right here, but we're still interested in getting all of our agreements done, roads, pilot, all that stuff done before we give them permission to finalize.
That's my understanding.
Okay. Where are we at with this next development plan? What are we doing today? I mean, what are we see this, but it's presented to us, but are we gonna bless this? Is that Russ? Maybe it's yours? Is this anything with you?
The development plan is just the final capstone. It's a requirement under the previous 7 CUPs. The road maintenance agreements are separate as far as your discussion, deliberation on them, and approval of those are separate. They're just a requirement under the CUPs. And from that standpoint, it gets handed off then to the county and the different agencies to make.
Well, they're just, basically, this is the final overlay picture of the project with the description of the turbines and the road, all roads.
But the commission has to approve the development plan, I believe, and then they also have to negotiate and approve the development agreements, which are the other
Right.
pieces.
Yeah,
That's
So-
the final pieces.
So by approving
Okay.
or not, whatever action you take on this is separate.
This is a total separate animal.
I just wanna make it clear that we wanna take and make sure we're doing what we can and get the agreement done with the counties before any final.
Yeah, we need to go for final permits.
Okay.
I'm sure that.
So I would like to also,
I'm sorry?
I didn't mean to.
Well, yeah, my point was that we need this now to go out and finish all the surveying, soil tests, you know. This is a critical step. But we bring all that back to Sharon, and she ultimately issues the permits based upon the detailed information. The agreements in front of you, we're as anxious as you are to get to the satisfactory agreement.
Can I ask one?
I do, and I just want to say that from my perspective is, I understand how important this is, okay, and I realize you need that. However, learning from our past mistakes from the wind farm up north, we did this very same thing. We approved the development plan, and then we didn't have a pilot agreement in place. It took us tons of legal fees, buku dollars, letters, fighting, months of getting a really crummy pilot agreement. And by that time, we had no leverage. I think we're putting the cart before the horse here. I think the schedule should be reversed. We need to be getting these agreements in place, because even though we have them on the schedule today, this will be the first time I meet this mystery attorney, and it'll be the first time we actually get together to discuss details. And nothing's to say that at the end of the day, we're gonna walk away with an agreement, okay? So once we approve this, we lose our leverage based on what happened up north. So I would ask that we do the agreements first, get all that taken care of, and then this just slides right in there as approval. And also, I will say one other thing. I received this right here Thursday after our meeting, okay? This is what we got. We had 120 days to get this, and we got it on Thursday. I got mine Thursday after the commission meeting. I think it was turned in on Wednesday, if I'm not mistaken. That's what I was told. And Sharon and them called me and told me that it's here to pick up. I picked it up on Thursday. Friday, I was in Wichita. On Saturday, I had a commitment to do my civic duty by helping at the health fair all morning long, and I am a Sabbath keeper, then I went to church after that in Salina. I have not read this. This is a lot. And to vote on this without knowing the changes and the details and stuff right now, to me, is inappropriate for me to vote on this at this point in time under these circumstances. We got it like 3 days before we're gonna vote. There's a lot in here, a lot. And so because of the short time frame that we were given to actually review the final proposal, or what is now be the final proposal, I would certainly ask that in this case, we get the agreements in place first, like we should have done up north and didn't do. Let's get them taken care of. And I need some more time to study this. I wanna know what I'm voting for.
Comment on that. When we had the first CUPs, we came in and had a similar package put together. The only significant change from that first packet that you got back in June was the 7th CUP, which I think we've talked about. So our plan hasn't changed. The details that are in here haven't changed, but we were not in a position to confirm the transmission issue because there was a conflict between your regulations. And so that's the only change that we've made since June, so I think you've seen most of that material previously. And let me, and I'm fine that I can finish and just say, I disagree with you in terms of leverage, because we can't break ground, we can't do anything. Number one, until we get permits. Those are the very most important piece from planning and zoning. And unless we've got the ancillary agreements, you're not gonna issue those permits. And
Well, we did up north.
why?
We did up north, so.
We're not asking for construction permits today.
And I would trust you, but I have to verify.
And I would suggest that you probably control that process well enough. But, you know, timing is of the essence. I mean, this project is a much better project. It's a 2020 project. Construction in the next 60 days is where we're prepared to go. You know, if things get delayed, we could probably come back and build it in 2021. But that's not preferred. So we're gonna spend a bunch of money to get the surveys done, the soil corrections done, start to do the detail engineering. And with that kind of investment that we will have, that's the best leverage that you could have in terms of getting to agreements.
Well, I appreciate what you're saying. And I understand you say time is of the essence, but I never could quite swallow the days. I mean, if you're talking a day or a week or something like that, I mean, seriously, it's not gonna help you or hurt you, the week or so, to make sure that everybody's on board, to give everybody a fair opportunity to be comfortable with what they're voting for. I think anything short of that is really asking too much, I really do. And you have to also understand the experience that I had up north and the phone calls that I received. And like I said, I do solely believe you say we can't do this and we can't get building permits and so on unless you've done it. That's not what happened up north. Building permits were issued, and they were just constructing away, and we had no pilot agreement. And we had an inadequate road maintenance agreement because it made waste.
So the difference that we have is that when we go to a finance closing, if we can't tell them exactly what our payments are to the county, they're not gonna close with us, right? The details have to be down to the nickel. And so you become a key part of it. But when I say a 2020 project is preferred from our standpoint, and why is time of the essence? We submitted our pilot request to you almost 90 days ago.
But we didn't agree on that yet.
Well,
See, you made a submittal, that's true.
And we have.
didn't negotiate any of that yet.
We've been working on it, but it hasn't been from our side that we haven't been willing to spend the time. I drove up to Ellsworth to meet with the new gentleman who's just run on board.
Ah, so you're a couple steps ahead of me. I have not had that privilege yet.
And I expect that you will today, and I think you'll appreciate it. I'm just saying that when you talk about, you know, time of the essence, I mean, it was June, right? It's now November, when we got most of the CUPs completed. And so it's not like we're waiting a day, we've been waiting months to get to this stage, and we're ready to go.
And to be clear, that document in that binder is the conditional use permit application. This is the development plan, which was requested by this, well, was required by this board to wait until that conditional use permit answered the questions about access and where we were going to build the final, or we were proposing to build the final portions of the project, and so that's what the development plan aims to do.
Okay. Commission, what's your
I guess,
thoughts, Randy?
Brad, maybe you wanna delay it till this afternoon. I'm asking for, if there was a motion to approve the development plan with the conditions that the pilot and the road agreement be made before it's completely finalized. Is that possible? Are you on the same track as what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying. You can go ahead and incorporate that into it. It's actually implicit in any event because conditional use permit is conditional. If they don't meet your conditional uses in terms of the requirements that are put in place through planning and zoning or this body, they don't go forward anyway, they don't get a permit.
And plus,
Have that
we have to have all those agreements in place for any building permit to be issued. So they can't do anything.
That's not correct, Mr. Bender. If it is, we really failed miserably up north. When you say they all have to be approved because we did not have a pilot and they got building permits.
I'm talking about this project, Diane.
I'm talking about learning from our past mistakes.
Okay.
And I got it. Right here I have the resolution that was approved on the CUP, and yes, they have to do the decommissioning. In fact, number one condition on the conditional use is to have a decommissioning and a road maintenance. That's number one. Number two is the development plan. Now, I'm sure they're gonna say that they didn't put this in any specific order, but it is right here in that order. And it only makes sense to be in that order for the protection of everybody. We need to know what we could be 6 months negotiating these contracts based on what we learned up north. If you're really gonna try to make changes from the project up north to the project down south, we need some serious negotiations. I've got a stack of questions and things I want changed or at least addressed for the protection of the people. So it's gonna take time to get all this worked out. I mean, I'm really seriously thinking, thinking seriously about negotiating a fair contract, learning from the mistakes up north. Now, honestly, the only good thing about this is, it's in Dolphy's district, most of it. You know, I think he should share some of the fun and joy of some of this. But seriously, the good people need protection. And it's not against their time frame, it's just everybody doing, they laid out all their stuff, they had all the time to do it, they took all the things to do, lay out exactly how they want. We need equal time to protect our people in these contracts.
I would say we will find out this afternoon what some other attorney feels about the offer that was maybe made and stuff, and so, and what I seen, it was, you know, a lot better than what we've ever seen up north.
So you've already seen the offers from
No,
this new attorney?
no, but what I'm saying is that it looks to be a lot more towards county feelings.
So the consensus is you wanna table it until we've had further discussion?
No, I'm looking at, if it's legal, to go ahead, but I want the final hammer still in the county's hand till we get these other projects, get these other things that Diane's talking about. And I'm just saying that we sat here and we didn't have no final saying, all of a sudden it was, like she said, road construction was going. We didn't have none of that done. I mean, and this, if we can put an amendment in there with our decision today, I have no problem with that.
We're fine to make a condition, a full agreed execution of those agreements.
Okay. Whether it takes 60 or 90 or 120 days.
Contingency is a contingency. We can go ahead and last forever if those documents never get signed.
So if you're willing to do that, then why are you not willing to go ahead and just table it for a week or so until we get all those done, until we get all those other things done?
We need to go to work on this part of the process as well.
Okay, so now you're telling me then that you're gonna go to work on once this is.
To be
I
clear,
mean, I'm hearing two different things.
we have to survey the entire project. We have to do geotechnical work throughout the project. This is all investigative work, not turning shovels.
That's okay, I understand where you're coming from.
May I ask a question of Brad? How do you feel about incorporating a pilot agreement closure into a motion?
You mean to approve the development plan?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's implicit, but if you want to make it express, that can simply be placed in the motion as well, and it becomes a condition of it, like we talked about earlier in terms of the other resolutions.
I think we just heard the expedition say they was okay with that. Did I hear that?
So that does
Getting
not
back to
tie
you,
their
Jared.
hands in any way from doing work on the development plan that they've outlined.
Depends on what you mean by doing work on the development plan. Preparatory kinds of things, as they were alluding to earlier, no, doesn't tie their hands in that respect. If they want to go ahead and spend money with a surveyor, for example, to go ahead and lay out the legals and all of that on it, no, they're not stopped from doing that. But nobody's going to get a permit until all the other agreements are in place, and we're all clear on that.
Anything that you have problems with?
Does that help alleviate some of your worries, Diane? If the pilot agreement is
And it's more than the
included
pilot.
in-
Yeah, it's actually, like, your regs say in 27-107, if it helps you, no construction permit application shall be accepted by the county until a road agreement has been approved by the county. So you already have in your regulations.
Right, road agreement.
That the
And
road
also
agreement,
decommissioning.
I mean, what they've been talking about is
Mhm.
you can approve this because they can't go get a construction permit. Sharon can't even accept their application until you have approved a road agreement.
That's right, it's already there, and so is decommissioning, I just read that prior.
Okay, great.
But there's nothing mentioned about pilot.
And that's because that's a little different topic sometimes legally.
Well, I understand it, and some people will say that that is a gift, or, which I know that's what Pat Hughes' big favorite words, it's a gift. But I did do some study and calling into Peak and so on, and they kind of took the gift out of it anymore because of, so it's not really a gift anymore. Because I never gave a gift that I had a contract attached to it. So, it's not a gift, and it really needed to be in this resolution, but it's not. And so, that is, yeah, I'm just telling you, I wanna do it by the book, so, I'm gonna, whatever, but, so, I just want everybody to know, 'cause I don't want anybody to say, well, we didn't know. Because up north, we didn't know. It was our first rodeo and we didn't know. Now there's no excuse to say we didn't know.
And that's why I say we can get it in the agreement here. They're set right here.
We've been under the assumption that including a pilot agreement as a condition is not proper. So if it is a legal thing to do and the board feels that that will alleviate some
I don't know,
unknowing,
we can't go back and adjust that. It's been approved.
this would be on the development plan.
We're gonna go into our meetings this afternoon, right, to see where we're at on our, we might agree right away. They might come to my way of thinking, who
So
knows?
could we
I got a
put a
question.
condition in there that would include the pilot, even though it's not included in that RMA? I mean, would that be acceptable?
I think there's one. Yeah, it's right there.
I mean, yes, it can be done with those conditions outlined as part of the motion. You can also, if you want to, your meeting is continuing on with the lunch break, so you're not starting a special meeting of any sort. This is a continuation. If you want to bring it back up after the Pat's had a chance to be here with it, and we've gone through all that, you can certainly do that and see if you're far enough along that that creates more of a comfort level for you.
I would go along with that.
Okay, we will.
You have field questions here?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just make them short.
Which one?
Go ahead.
I got a couple concerns. Obviously, you know, it's a big file. So when I bought a house, I mean, I was given more than 5 days to look it over. I know he said there's changes in there. So as the community, depending on you, I want to make sure that you guys look it over and make sure that the changes that they're saying are actually on board and that are appropriate for you. And having 5 days to look that over, I mean, I just can't see where the legality, I mean, it could be like that. The other concern, it was just a comment that he made that said that he visited with the lawyer that's coming in. Isn't that a little, having visits with lawyers that both parties aren't present to at.
And it's
Little-
your lawyer.
And
Little
it's our lawyer.
conflict.
Yeah.
It's called conflict of interest.
Isn't that, yeah, that's my other concern, and so,
And
I'm just
Pat
laying it
wouldn't
out there.
answer questions because he was your lawyer.
Yeah.
So, I wanna know how many of you guys looked at that book this weekend? I got one hand, hey, lawyer didn't even raise his.
You look at it.
Oh, were you asking me too?
But-
Yeah, everybody.
Did you read it?
Hey,
You're supposed to ask if you
Read
read
the
it.
book, not the whole book, I can't do it. I can't read that whole book.
Well, I understand that.
Like- like-
But
I
you're
don't
supposed
think
to.
it's taxpayers, you can vote on something you don't know about.
You know, the original.
You're not doing us any
original
good. If you do not do your homework
is-
and get it read in time.
We had 95% of that in June.
But did you read it then?
So, I mean, it wasn't
Did
like.
you read it then?
So is there any changes in it that, from the other that stood out to you?
Well, no, the changes were the text amendment changes and.
No, I mean in their proposal, because they said they did make a few changes in the actual.
Well, nothing that I picked up, but I'm not a lawyer.
But I think you guys as public people for working for the community need to read what you're doing, not just vote on something that I just heard about and how to this morning.
Continue on.
So, if it's consensus of the commission, we will continue this once our attorney is present.
Yeah.
Can I make,
I didn't say our county council.
That's right.
can I make a clarification? This binder is the same thing that the planning commission heard at the public hearing on October 24th. So this is not any new information since then, it's just that the binders have been provided to the commissioners.
Thank you for that.
But I thought you said you made slight changes.
Yeah, there were some changes made.
Yeah, I thought that's what they said. They just said they made.
To the original portion of the CUP that was requested in June of 2019, in addition to the 5 previous CUPs, this is an addition to those 6.
But he said the maps were amended.
The maps, yes, the maps were amended to show this new
But
portion.
Are we sure that all the changes were the same? Did they compare maps from before?
Yes, because this is only that small portion in section 13 and 18.
But if it was changes due to what was presented in June, then do you guys have to do a revote?
No.
If they added
Yeah.
any land or anything, yes.
If they made a substantial change to
Well, yeah,
June
but I
4th,
mean,
then you
have we
have to go
confirmed
back
that
and
there
revisit
aren't
it.
any substantial changes?
I know.
Right. That binder just adds CUP 7.
Correct.
And maps that were changed.
Short
So,
comment.
To show CUP 7.
so in July, when you voted for this, you said that this development plan was contingent on a sound study. Is there a sound study?
An updated one.
And if so, was it done to industry standard, and what was that standard they used? Is that in the development plan? If it's not, then you asked for it, you cannot accept it, I would think.
And see, since I didn't read it, I don't know
Right.
yet.
There aren't any turbines proposed to be on this location.
The development plan was contingent on a sound study. Doesn't matter. That development plan is the entire thing. The entire thing. It's contingent on a sound study. Was that sound study done as the commission required?
The CUP has sound study information.
What was the
development-
industry standard that was used?
The development plan is not contingent on the sound study.
Yes, it was. According to the commissioner, that's what was in the, that's
Okay,
what's in.
I'd be happy
this-
to look at a
That's what's in the
record instead
resolution.
of-
What's in the resolution.
Yeah, it's the CUP, that's right.
With the sound study. The development plan was not approved on contingency of a sound study. Well, you can go back and look at the tape.
Nancy Tharp, and I believe once again, we're splitting hairs, and I believe that we need to go to lunch and just stay the course and stop splitting hairs and let's move along. Let's go to lunch.
That being said, Randy, you got something?
I expect to, after conferring with the other attorney this afternoon, to come back to address this issue.
And we do need to revisit our approvals to approve the resolutions which go along with those, item number 1 and 2 on that.
Let me clarify on those so that everybody's on the same page. One, housekeeping detail. Since we moved the camera right above everybody right there, if you guys have conversations over there, be aware they may pick up. And I'm not being critical, I'm just saying, we notice people talking and it may very well end up on that tape, whether you want it to or not at this point. So that's just for your purposes for logistics. Second, what I'm talking about, that I gave to the chair in this case, there was a resolution prepared to deal with item 1 that I don't believe is an issue any longer. Anybody's continuing to have questions about that text amendment. That resolution should be passed. I mean, you've done the vote, but you didn't do it formally with the resolution, and we have copies of that. Yep.
I don't believe we looked at it.
And while they're passing that out, I indicated earlier that passing the second resolution could wait, and yes, it can. And the reason that I had concerns after the discussion today is that every one of ours reads, resolution shall be in full force and effect from and after its publication, and we publish on Wednesday, just the day before the protest period would be over. So I was reluctant with that. If you did want to pass it, we'd have to add a paragraph indicating something to the effect that I've written out here. This resolution shall be subject to receipt of any properly executed and valid protest petition subject to KSA 12-757F1. So that it would, that way, if it's published, hopefully, of course, I grant you, not everybody's going to read it, but it's in the resolution itself, so there's a guarantee. It's up to you, because that resolution has been prepared as well. It doesn't have that additional element.
That's what it comes down to, that's the bottom line.
I don't actually know if it will get in the paper this week, because I believe we would have had, potentially to have it there by
By noon, probably. Yeah.
So shall we wait to next formal meeting to pass that resolution?
Certainly can. The first one, I mean, there's been no issue there, and no one has expressed beyond just the asking the questions, as I understand it, on the text amendment. If you want to do that, if you want to hold on, that's fine. I just want to make sure you have that option.
I didn't hand out
Do
the
you have a number for that resolution?
Yeah, it's written at the top there in pencil. It's 2019-14.
Okay, I'll make a motion to pass resolution number 2019-14, resolution approving text amendments to the zoning regulations of Marion County, Kansas. Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Opposed, yes.
Passes 2-1. And then on the other resolution, we can either go ahead and approve that with conditions or on the protest.
It's going to be on there.
If you're wanting to approve it today, I would suggest that we do a corrected version with the appropriate language the attorney suggests and do it after the, if that's your
We'll address
choice.
that.
Yep, we can address that for a second.
Okay.
So I do have the resolution here that does address what Sean has said, and on that audible noise, it does give the 50 decibels, and then it goes on to say further, along with the construction permit application, applicants will provide Marion County County Administrator with third-party sound data created by the WEX for all residents within a half-a-mile of turbines, which must demonstrate the projected compliance of the project with the sound restrictions.
So the construction permit, not development plan. That's what I thought I remembered. I appreciate you.
So are you working on that then to get that done, take care of and have that other, update there by the party? I'm just curious.
Yeah, when we have a development plan that identifies the areas that we can work within, that's exactly our approach.
So you have to have the development plan in place in order to order those type of studies, third-party studies?
Today, we don't know what lands we have to work with, and this provides that sort of, blessing.
Okay, we'll bring that back up then after lunch.
So we have a half an hour for lunch?
Yeah, it looks like 35 minutes until 1 o'clock. We will recess until then, and then we can come back in open session. Three, but, Attorney of Wilson County has retained to work with Brad when it comes to agreements is with us, and I'd like to introduce Patrick Hoffman to you. Patrick, you wanna give us a little background and that sort of thing?
Yes, thank you, Commissioners. I'm Patrick Hoffman. I'm an attorney at Sherman Hoffman. My office out of Ellsworth, Kansas. Before I get into kind of my qualifications or experience, I did see something in the Marion paper about my conflicts of interest. I just want to make sure it's on the record. I don't have any conflicts in this case. When I first got approached by Brad, we wanted to make sure that no clients I'd represented in the past had signed leases with this wind farm project, and we confirmed that they hadn't. So that was we just wanted to make sure I didn't have anyone else on any other interest in this, but I don't. I'm only here to advise and represent Marion County, and I'm looking forward to doing that. I think Brad found my name. Basically, Ellsworth County and Lincoln County have one of the earliest wind projects in Kansas on I-70. It's very visible. And when my clients who were landowners and local governments on that project 12 or 13 years ago first got approached to do it, they came to the local office, and we were kind of local attorneys, and they asked us what to do about it, and we kind of decided we need to throw ourselves in and figure out renewable energy law because we have so many clients who are affected by it. So since then, I've worked on multiple projects with landowners and some of the same issues you guys are dealing with today, and I'm going to try and help you guys out if I can.
Okay.
May I ask one other question of you, please?
Go ahead.
What involvement did you have in the Doyles in the past years?
Well, when you're talking about the Doyles, are you talking about a Doyle wind farm or something else? Because that's why.
Doyles, I mean, Brad just presented when he announced your name that you did have, that you had worked with some of the Doyles back in gas and oil days.
So there's an entity, there's a entity called the Doyle Land and Cattle Company.
Yes, I know, I'm familiar with that.
And so
Yes,
our office has worked for them in the past.
Okay, I think that's Rex Savage, if I'm not mistaken.
No,
Yeah.
that is not who I'm referring to at all.
Okay.
I'm not, there's, Doyle's apparently,
Where are they
what?
Were they out of?
My clients are?
No, the Doyle Cattle Company.
Yeah, the people I've worked with are actually over in, I think their headquarters is in Chase County. Okay. So I think that Doyle is a township name and a common, I don't know well enough to know if it's geographic, it's a creek. So I think there are multiple things registered with the Secretary of State that reference Doyle. In Ellsworth County, my neck of the woods, everything's called Smoky Hills this, Smoky Hills that, and I think there are a lot of Doyles. And I do think that, yeah, there was some confusion, but the Doyle entity I've worked with in the past has no interest in this project, no conflict or anything. So, I apologize for any confusion, but we're all working at the last minute, making sure we're on the same page. Did that answer your question?
Okay, I know you just got here, but we were talking about, and I don't know if you got a chance to talk to him a little bit about the development agreement. Okay. We were talking about the development agreement, which was in front of us, which Expedition has brought forward to us to ratify or deny. Went through a lot of comment this morning in regards to this. Really, it's a step that they need to take in order to get some environmental stuff and surveying type items taken care of, and that it wouldn't have an effect on, it would have an effect, I mean, to the point that it would not cause us to issue building permits, because we don't have an RMA, we don't have a pilot. And so there was some discussion that by ratifying that, it would infringe on the county's ability to negotiate those agreements.
Talking about building permit agreements or?
No, the RMA and a pilot, which we have not addressed yet.
Right. Well, I don't think, I mean, it's all, the goal of getting through this process is to have certainty for the developer and the county, so everyone knows if this goes forward, what will happen. And so I think what the attorneys involved prior to my involvement have been trying to work on a kind of a master agreement that kind of consolidates some of these issues together. And the goal is to have, obviously it's a complicated transaction for everyone involved, so it's not a short document, but have a document so everyone can see how roads, construction, permits all interact with each other. And so when construction starts and roads start to be used, everyone knows what's supposed to be happening when, depending on where you're at in the process. So I guess, I think it is relatively, the pilot road use agreement is the key document to kind of linchpin everything together, in my experience.
But I mean, would, by passing their development plan, would that infringe on our ability to negotiate in good faith those agreements?
Okay, so, I don't think so, because the development plan's just a steps forward, but the pilot is the linchpin that ties all those other prior agreements and development plans together. So that's my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, that's, commission, jump in if.
That's the question that we were wanting, because we felt on the first project, we didn't get the chance to negotiate enough. Before then, the issues, the construction permits was already issued. And so we would like to, I mean, in my opinion, I would like to make sure that we get that other stuff done, and the minute we get that stuff accomplished, then we get right into the construction permits, and we could, if they come to us, however quick they come then, I suppose it'd be pretty quick, they would, we'd be able to go ahead and go.
I think that the ideal is to do all that as close as you can together. Do it in time, development plan and pilots together, because if there's a lag, then you open up the window for things to change. It's better to get everything tied in together.
So, I think my question, you answered it very well, that the development plan could be issued, I mean, go ahead and accept it or voted on and take care of, and then we can move forward with the rest of the other stuff.
That's not what I heard you just say. You said we should do them together. So, because that was my big beef up north, we gave permission for the development plan. And then, as soon as you do that, they have the right to get building permits. So they started building, and we did not have in place a pilot agreement. And it drug out for 6 months or more. And as a result, we said, well, you gotta take this because it's all you're gonna get. Because ultimately, to bring them to the table to actually do that. I mean, so we took it in assurance up north. And so I wanna make sure that we don't do that again. So I don't understand why we can't do it because the proper process, as I understand, was you do the CP, then you do all the contracts, then you do the development plan, permits, etc. Now, here we're putting the development plan ahead. And like you said, if we do it all together and we get our contracts and they get the development plan and they're happy, we're happy, we'll go that way.
Well, most developers won't break ground until they get to the pilot stage. I mean, I don't know what your experience was before, but I think that's what we're used to seeing. Because and not at the risk of the county, but there's risk the developer takes in breaking ground without a pilot sign. So I don't know why, I can't speak to anything that happened before. But most cautious developers would not take that step.
Expedition Wind is sitting here, and they've agreed that none of the construction stuff would start until all of that was taken care of and on the line item.
But so did Dravewood and Enel, and I know you're working a little bit with Enel up there. Isn't Enel just bought Smoky Hill too?
Enel developed Smoky Hill too, but I never worked for Enel, I worked for the landowners on that project.
Okay, so that was a different side of the fence that time, but yeah, Enel is the one that came up and did this.
And that was, they had, at that time, we made sure we did a pilot agreement before they broke ground. They didn't have zoning in Lincoln and Ellsworth County, which is what's different with you guys. So they wouldn't have been required to go through some of the steps that you guys are requiring. So that might be why different things are happening. But in multiple other projects I've advised people I've worked with, it's unusual to jump into the creek without a pilot. And I think the risk is that, I think the reason is the risk is on the developer side more than the county side to break ground without a pilot agreement.
Because we couldn't hold it.
Because there are actions that kind of be taken at that point.
Yeah. To not issue building permits.
Yeah.
Okay, at this point, I'm gonna move that we recession executive session for the purpose contract negotiation and evaluating of legal obligations and requirements to be comprehensively considered, and including in development agreements along with the ramifications of each regarding the Expedition Wind project pursuant to KSA 75-4319B, for the consultation with our attorney regarding matters deemed privileged and attorney-client relationship with the commission, Brad and Patrick, until 1:30.
We have to go into executive session with this.
For a few minutes you do,
For
yes.
just a few minutes.
Okay, I'm just asking the chairman, we've got an explanation on the wind development plan. When could we take a vote on that?
Well, we need to take this under advisement based on the recommendation of our council.
Okay.
Second.
It is statutorily improper to have an executive session with your lawyers and the other side present.
They're not.
They're not.
They're not to be present.
What?
Brad,
Board,
and Patrick.
myself, and
I
Patrick.
thought you said Patrick.
He didn't
Well,
say
his
Patrick.
name is Patrick.
We got a new
Sorry.
Patrick in the room.
You need to be
Your name's
Pat
Patrick.
and
Patrick
Patrick.
Hoffman.
Sorry, I made you.
I'm a
Patrick
Patrick.
Hoffman.
And the other attorney is
And then we had
Patrick
Pat
Hughes.
Hughes.
Are you straight now, Phyllis?
It's not allowed.
No.
He's gonna change his name.
We need
Okay,
to
it's
go
been-
with your middle name.
Right.
It's been moved.
Yeah, that's why we're using your middle name.
Sure.
Moved and seconded, all those in favor? Aye.
Late this afternoon to the AG
Opposed?
office.
Randy, did you vote?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Have executive session, no action taken, and I'll move that we recess into executive session for the purpose of contract negotiation, evaluating legal obligations and requirements to be comprehensively considered, included in any development agreements, along with the ramifications of each regarding the Expedition Wind project pursuant to KSA 75-4319B. Item number 2, for consultation with our attorney regarding matters deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship with the commission, Brad and Patrick Hoffman, until, let's see, that'd be 1:43. 10 minutes. Moving second, all those in favor?
Aye.
1:43.
Stuff first. Which is.
Okay, out of executive session, no action taken. At this time, we are going back to item number 3, which was on our agenda this morning. I'm gonna make a motion that we go ahead and approve the Expedition Wind Development Plan.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
I'm totally conflicted on this.
So, abstaining.
I'm gonna say no, just because we won't be able to finish it.
2-4 and what?
That's just it.
Okay.
So if they wanna do the resolution for the CUP today, or just wait till the.
That was our, that was the last item on the
Just doesn't
agenda,
matter.
so
I
this
learned
being,
that.
this,
All kinds of situations.
when you're done, Diane?
I knew it was gonna go through, so I didn't hinder anything.
Okay, you done? That being the last item on the agenda, that being a regular meeting, I will open it up to citizen concern. Input? Your opportunity?
What do you say about American?
Well, I kinda wonder, I was always gonna ask Randy and Kent if they favor wind turbines in the Flint Hill. Do you? Do you favor them in the Flint Hill? Randy and Kent?
There's a moratorium on them, so.
Not where I live, and it is in the Flint Hills.
Well,
Then
but
no.
what's been determined, I guess, by the state as the Flint Hills.
Well, that's not the state, that's, it's
Yeah.
not by the state. Okay, you too, Randy, same answer? You don't think I live in the Flint Hills? I mean, you can go out and look if you want to, but if you don't think so, well, come out and look. Probably won't do any good, but carve them up, why don't you?
Any other comments? Bill?
I wasn't around when the North Project went up, and I just, have they turned in, any of their environmental surveys they were supposed to do, during like, the wet breeding season, or any migratory issues? Or anything like that? I know they did have in their CUP that they, within like a year, I think, or something like that, they would, do environmental surveys.
Wasn't that same question brought up at the planning and zoning meeting?
Doesn't get answered, so that's why I'm asking again.
Are you asking about Diamond Vista or about if they have?
Yeah.
I don't think so, I haven't seen anything.
Well, in my opinion, it would, be a good choice to see the, economical effects of the wind farm up north along with the environmental. I do know, I don't believe it's until the end of the year that, the certain, entities get their, economic promises that they were gonna get. I just didn't know if you guys had thought about just seeing how that actually plays out before you vote, keep just voting them in, wind farms in general. Or as we know now, it's gonna be, solar leases are getting signed and even more wind leases are getting signed all around the county.
Are you talking environmental after the project?
Mm-hmm. That is one thing. King's Department of Wildlife did state in their letter, that was a concern, and they wanted that project to, follow through with.
Michelle, you might ask that again. Sharon's here now. It would be submitted to her.
Oh, I was just wondering if Diamond Vista Projects submitted any of their environmental surveys that they were to do after the project.
They had submitted some with their CUP application, so they were in a different spot developmentally than from where Expedition is at the point they submitted their CUP application.
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty vague one that they did submit when I reviewed it, and the Kansas Department of Wildlife, when I actually spoke with the terrestrial ecologist, he said they did advise that project to kind of let them know the aftermath of it, if it has any effects or not. It is, north of the res and migratory bird acts, stuff like that.
In Zach Daddy's report, is that the one you're talking about?
Well, I actually spoke with him.
Okay.
And there was a report that I did get a hold of, not one from, I got a hold of from the county, but yeah, it just.
I think that they typically do advise that they be cautious of anything that might be present in the area. Is that what you're referring to?
I think she was asking if they've turned any additional studies in after the project.
Diamond Vista? No.
Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I misunderstood that.
That's okay.
I do not believe they have.
Okay. Thank you.
So do they need to?
Well, I don't know. Who knows? Nobody, I don't know, man. We just, yeah, it probably really doesn't matter at this point, but.
Is there any commissioning of those type of studies, or has there been anything? Seems like it's been, in the initial hearings, it was brought up quite a bit.
Referring to Expedition.
Yes.
We had studied the project, the entire project that's included in the development boundary for all wildlife, avian.
You might speak up a little bit to that.
Yeah, we studied raptors, avian species within that boundary that we're proposing to develop.
Bat.
I'm sorry?
Bat.
Yes, bats.
One of the reports that you had in your CUP originally was, and I remember reading it, I remember reading it, and it was an old study that you had, because I remember talking about it at the day of the school. I think it was dated 1989, and I had questioned, and Sharon might remember, I had questioned as to why such an old study was in that CUP application, why it wasn't a more up-to-date one. And I did drop the ball on that. I never went back and checked to see if you did anything anything more current.
I can only tell you what we've commissioned. We didn't commission or acquire anything from '89 that we're basing our project on,
Okay.
environmentally or biologically. We've studied independently and currently.
So all of yours are current, so
Yes.
that'll give you some homework this week.
And what happens with the agencies, both state and federal, is if they have concerns after we provide the studies to them, they will ask us to do post-construction monitoring. And so far, none of the agencies have asked us to do anything.
No, and we did receive an updated response letter from Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks, Mr. Zach Eddy. Yep.
I think I've seen that.
And it was a positive, be diligent in your efforts, but I toured the project with him personally, so it was a good visit and good direction.
In one of the letters, and I don't know if it was addressed to whoever it was addressed to, but it had stated all alternative to wind, actual turbines for the green energy that everybody's wanting to do. I don't know if they were referring to solar, but as Mr. Pelchman said, post-construction, I guess that's why, with Diamond Vista, nothing's been submitted. You guys are all willing to just gamble on that, like, where this project is going is actually the Flint Hills ecoregion, and there is fragmented grassland that concerns Kansas Department of Wildlife. And I didn't, and correct me if I'm wrong, but what about, like the federal, the U.S., Fish and Game? With that, have you guys submitted anything to federal?
U.S. Fish and Wildlife. And in fact, we had the utilities, environmental people, go to the site with us. And obviously, they have interest in the tall grasslands. And we did agree to move 2 turbines to meet some of their requirements. So, but from that stage forward, they have basically signed off. They've looked at all of our environmental.
They wouldn't have to be out by me, would they?
They what?
They wouldn't be out by me, we moved, I hope. I mean, I live right in there, and you can just go look. And if you go south of town, you can just look, and the big bumps out there, that's the Flint Hills. It's the ecoregion, it's just not by the boundary. And you say they're sensitive, and they very are to us. It don't seem like you guys from Minnesota care.
Well, of course not, you know that.
I'll just go ahead and mention it.
Jonah?
Yeah, Jesse, you said something about the O&M building maybe being in Marion. Is that also part of the project that would be tax exempt? Because that just...
I am not a tax attorney, so I'm not sure how to answer that personally. I can say that there's an advantage to the project from a construction expenditure perspective to have it within an existing building in Marion, and so that's really what we've been looking at is the OpEx or the construction.
And if we had to pay taxes in Marion because it was outside the footprint or something, we would still be fine with that. So we don't have an answer, right?
You don't have to though, but.
I'm not sure.
Well, I'm sure you don't have to. We went through that in Florence over there with yeah, you don't have to though. I'm sure you're gonna say you will, but you don't have to.
Okay, anyone else? Now's your opportunity. If not, that was the last item on the agenda. So I'll make a motion that we adjourn.
Before you do that,
Or did you have something, Brent?
well, I just wondered if there was any intent today, since Patrick was here, to have some discussions about specifics on the agreement that served as a template for a while.
I think it's wise. I'm here.
save everybody a trip, I think.
Do you have time?
Yes.
Okay. I'll rescind my motion now. You got time, Patrick?
Yeah.
Here.
Okay, Brad, direct us then.
The very last version, I hope you all have it. If you don't, I have a copy with me and I can copy it off. We've gone through that minimally. But I guess the next step in this, as I envisioned it, was to get some idea from the board that there are things within that you immediately look at that are of concern to you. That'd be a starting point that we haven't addressed thus far. And I know Diane mentioned having quite a list. I thought plow through some of that might be helpful.
We're talking about the pilot.
And we're talking about the entire development agreement. It's been aggregated into a single document.
So if that's, I think, case looking for guidance on if that's an executive session and what the appropriate.
Up to the board. I mean, I think you can do that in the open if you so choose. At this point,
I think Expedition Wind has even said they would not care if it's not okay.
Yeah, we would be, I guess, appreciative of finding a way to move the process along, and the issues are the issues. You know, if you've got questions, we're happy to listen to your concerns, and I think between your council and coming back to you, if we can make some changes that are closer to what you're looking for, that's progress. So we're happy to sit through.
Okay. Well, Don, you said you had a whole list of questions.
I do.
I guess go ahead and start with your list and then we can move on.
5 minutes.
Okay. Hold on fast.
Well, we do have Expedition Wind's proposal to us. And, you know, we know what their offer is, but that was the first offer. So, anyway, this would be appropriate time to air out any questions for Pat and Jesse, maybe Trish, they're all three here, so. Go ahead, Don.
Okay, so I'm gonna kind of bounce around a little bit, but first I'm gonna do it kind of in general. And being that I'm not an attorney, but I realize that there's a lot of key words that oftentimes give one side or the other a whole lot of wiggle room. One of them, of course, being when reasonable, if necessary, and so on. And I noticed all throughout your contract, as most wind contracts, that's in there. Even if you know, if a situation comes up like on the roads or whatever, and maintenance needs to be done, it just needs to be done. My definition of reasonable versus yours, and I'll again refer to the north, our definition of reasonable and theirs has always been different. And there then we're at a stalemate, and that has created a mountain of issues and problems. And so I'm going to ask that everywhere that those phrases can be removed, because simply it's just it's funny because when it comes to the road, as I read these contracts, it's always one-sided. It always says that, and I won't use your name, but I'll say the contract, the wind company. They always say, and the wind company will, when necessary or when reasonable, do blah blah blah. Then in the next line or two, it'll say, and the county will do this, this, and this. And so I want more of a fair and balanced verbiage there. I want those, I'm asking that we start by taking a lot of those words out. Now I know there may be one or two places where that might be appropriate to have them in there, but certainly not the number of times that we have them. Because I don't think that that word will change the bottom line if the bottom line is to be fair and equal.
And what I'd ask is if you get with your council to determine which words, because those words are used for both parties, benefit in different places in the document. And as you've identified quite a few times, just in drafting, that's what we have to do. What I I looked at that topic, and I think that the remedies provisions, which I have a list that your council has, I gave it. I think the remedies provisions in the agreement will cover over those concerns, or at least most of them. So that I think that the remedies provisions take care of those concerns rather than taking those words out, at least in every place, because I think that, I did look at that, whether it would work to just strike it, and I'm not so sure it does. But I'd be happy to receive back your response draft or thoughts, or talk about it more specifically.
Okay, so you'd like us then to go through and actually depict each one, that's fine. It's
Yeah,
reasonable.
yeah, or identify it against the remedies that are available for that particular concern to see if you're made whole under the remedies section.
Okay, then in section 2.3, the topic here is offset for taxes. And as you go through this, it outlines that if any taxes or fees, assessments, charges or surcharges, including but not limited to those listed in this paragraph, collectively taxes, are imposed on Expedition Wind or the then owner of the project as we go on, by the state of Kansas or their respective governments, subdivisions, or payments due underneath shall be reduced by that. I got that. But then it goes on to also say that if you need to do any type of purchasing of equipment or machinery or anything like that to complete your project, then that also the county would be responsible for those expenses. And so I think we need to review that provision. That is section 2.3. Any type of state or local tax, and we wouldn't have any control over that if the state or local does anything with taxing and change. Now I realize that if all of a sudden I pay property tax, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking, this is saying all kinds of fees and assessments and stuff like that. And so any of those type of things that come up, because it does say that associated with the operation of the project, any amount of sales tax or use tax due, any property purchased for the use, either in construction or enlargement of the project, any purchase of machinery or equipment used either, any integral or essential part of integrated production operations or project, the handling or movement of storage, and I mean the list goes on and on and on. And if that's all ultimately gonna come back to where we have to pay that, I'm not sure I like that.
Yeah, you definitely wouldn't have to pay that. No,
So
this is just
then-
about offsets. You receive a donation payment, and then there might be offsets to the donation payment. So the theory in Kansas on these donation payments for wind projects over the 20 years that we've been doing them is to share in the project's benefit. So if the project is profitable and makes money in your community, it's to share in that benefit. So the overall approach to these offsets and these pilot agreements has been where the project starts to receive charges that were not considered into the project's pro forma operating budget at the time. So new sources of taxation or charges against the project. So the project ran its numbers and figured out the pilot it could afford based on certain terms, the taxing in place. And then if those rules are changed on the project by the local, particularly local, and then some of your the state changes it instead, then that's an offset against pilot payments made. So never for the county to pay them, but it would be an offset or reduction on pilot amounts, and that's very standard. I certainly have a lot of examples of pilot agreements from across the state that has a list of offsets, very similar.
Including the purchase of machinery and equipment?
I'm going off memory. I mean, I'd be happy to get back to you on that specific request, because I don't want to talk out of turn.
That's
I
fine.
don't.
I wasn't sure if that was, are you guys, is there a sales tax exemption from this kind of equipment? My first reading was that they were talking about just the sales tax, not the purchase of the equipment, but sales tax on the purchase, but.
Yeah, it says
Yeah.
purchase,
Yeah, I
any
think it needs-
purchase of machinery and or equipment used, either in storage or
Right.
output of the project.
And I also think where part of this came from is that, and originally we were asked to draft off of the Diamond Vista agreements because that's what you had in place and knew. And I'll go back though and revert. I think that this is what's in the Diamond Vista agreements, because I think we were asked to draft off of that. But I would be happy to get back to you on that question.
So here's another one, just underneath that particular paragraph, we're talking about
Yes.
professional service fees. Okay, so any costs, fees, or expenditures, including reasonable legal fees of any third-party consultant or professional service first incurred after the effective date pursuant any engagement with Marion County reasonably in connection with the implementation and enforcement of this agreement. Now, I have, that's one of the places where I would ask that word reasonably be struck out of there. Because for several reasons, we've experienced that up north with Kirk and Michael. So, they signed a contract agreeing with the price of Kirk and Michael being hired. And then in the 11th hour, they decided that their fees were unreasonable, and it was in contract. So this is where I have an issue. When you know the price, you know the price. So it doesn't become unreasonable 6 months down the road. So I think going straight up forward, if we hire any out professional service, and even legal fees and things like that, we basically have no control over that when an attorney sends us a bill to defend ourselves or enforce a lot of these contracts. Because I think this contract, if you're mirroring it off of the one up there, they also agree to pay the legal fees involved in remedies and different things like that. But then they come back and say reasonable. So we get a $200 bill, and all of a sudden they say, oh no, that's unreasonable.
Yeah, so I've got two thoughts just off the top on that, and I'll see if I have any others after I get a chance to think on it. One is, when it comes to drafting agreements, attorney fees, we actually almost always draft reasonable because of some of the law behind having to identify attorney fees as reasonable. So that's just kind of a unique drafting piece that we have on attorney fees. But to the broader, that might be an example where I mentioned some of those places. If we look at your remedies, there are, again, I'm going off memory, but so sometimes the remedies provide, if we're in default and you incur costs, right, to enforce the agreement, then in addition to being made whole, you get your fees paid for.
But I think that also flips on the other side as well, because if we would not win, then we would have to pay your fees.
That's right. So as lawyers, we often draft those to be both ways, and that way it helps keep everybody honest.
So the prevailing party pays the legal fees.
Yes, ma'am.
And so, as a little tiny county here, it would be unreasonable for you guys to probably, wait, I'm saying that backwards, but this little county, for us to have to pay legal fees to big wind companies, that would be unreasonable, because we know how that works. But, now you're gonna be paying little county fees and stuff like that, that's gonna be an entirely different thing.
Maybe we should talk about this with some specific examples. I think that would, and if we need to get back on that later. I mean, I understand the concept.
Okay.
But
because that just puts the county in a bad, in my opinion, that puts the county in a bad situation, because we realize what we're facing. We're not going to, everybody knows, the county is just not, normally speaking, does not usually take on, the bear. Because ultimately, whether we win or lose, we lose, because we've got to pay the legal fees and other expenses. And so I was just thinking maybe that's a little bit, we need to address and think about that a little harder.
I'd be happy to dialogue with you on that.
And then so I have another question for you. Actually, what do you determine the timing of decommissioning? Because usually, and as far as I know, up north, it was always when the project has reached its useful, safe life. But I noticed in some of your contracts and stuff, now it says that now the timing of decommissioning, it seems like it occurs upon the exhaustion of all appeals and cure periods. How long could that be? I mean, that could go on indefinitely.
Right, I think the right way to think about decommissioning in the wind project agreements, you've got to remember this is very expensive equipment and investment that's made for a long term. And in fact, the trend in the business is to, repower agreements. But we all know that they can only make use and have those turbines up for as long as they have the legal right to be there. And their legal right to be there is governed by two pieces, right? One are the private agreements with landowners, so they can't have a turbine there any longer than the owner of the land wants it to be there, because they've signed an agreement to say how long you can have a turbine there. And then the second constraint is that you can only have that turbine up for as long as you're in compliance with law, which includes the CUP terms, right? The permit terms and the agreement terms. And so the fair way to handle this issue, because of the significant investment made, is that if a project has burned through the time it has a right to be there, then they should decommission, right? Maybe you shouldn't have it up there if you no longer have a legal right to be on that property. But as long as you have a legal right to be on that property, then it would be an extreme remedy to make you take all the turbines down only while you finished up some dispute, right, over something. And again, what can easily happen with the wind project is that you might repower. You might change to some new technology. So there could be a cessation, or there could be something that happens in the power markets, who knows what, right, in 30 years, that would cause you to not operate the project for a little while. And the fact is that someone's made that significant investment, and that whole time, you should be able to keep your project up, not take it down and then have to put it back up later if you're going to start using it again in a year or two. But certainly, during the entire time, whether it's operating or not, it needs to be, maintained in compliance with all of the CUP terms, including, safe condition.
And so, Commissioner, and I would just add to that, decommissioning is in general the developer's timeline when they're done with the project or when it's used its useful life. The stuff about forcing decommissioning on them after cure periods is to protect the county, so that if you have a developer that owns the project that just refuses to certify decommissioning, but they also refuse to cure, you can eventually kick them off in a given amount of time. So some of the things you're talking about there are fail-safe for the county if we had the worst-case scenario of a developer. If that makes sense.
Okay. So then I want to go to section 8.7. And this one right here is 8.7. I know I'm popping around here a little bit. Sorry about that. But goes all the way here in the back. And this has a sentence in there about to where it actually prohibits us as a county to do or change any of our zoning laws. And I know there are certain provisions that need to probably be in there, but I just think the way it's written is extremely too vague.
And I'd be happy to dialogue with you on that. This is another one that I think I copied almost word for word from your Diamond Vista agreement.
Okay.
And so again, part of what we were doing was trying to offer up to you something that was similar to what you had already worked with before.
Okay.
And so it's, the one of the thoughts behind this type of provision is that the developer gets a little comfort that they're not going to get the rug pulled out from underneath them because they've invested significant dollars in a project, right? Now, practically, there might be little effect to contractually agree to this because legally the county, continues to be able to monitor for health, safety, welfare.
So, and I'm a little fuzzy on this one right here only because I read it a little while back and now I'm trying to remember what I read. So we were talking about remedy. And I do know for a fact that the contract that we have up north.
And I'm so sorry, are you in a certain section or just generally?
Oh, well, I'm looking at remedies, but I'm not sure if this is where I want to be. So,
okay.
No, I haven't.
All right, no worries.
Throw this out in general.
Yep.
Okay, so in general, remedies on the contract that we have up north, it specifically says that the county cannot sue for any monetary damages, only for remedy. And I find that to be actually, kind of chasing our own tail because, when, again, not you, but if you have a project or a business that honestly is not doing what they agreed to do, why do you think remedy would solve the problem? If they don't have the integrity to do what they're supposed to in the first place, why would we sue just for remedy? To have the judge tell us that you have to do it, and then you walk out the courtroom door and you know everybody can just say, well, we don't think so. I mean, it just seems to me like it's kind of a catch-22 there, by putting that type of a stipulation in the remedy. And I'm trying to, I don't have one here to show you, but that is one that I'd like you to really think about, because I'm sure it's in here somewhere. Especially if you went off of the one up north, because it is in there, like that.
Actually, 7.3C, I think you're talking about damages, 7.3C. Now, this is where we say each party's damage remedies are limited to actual damages, which is a pretty common and kind of fair way to handle the damages claim. So this language certainly contemplates that you would have a damages claim. It's just limited to actual damages. So maybe we drafted better than what you have. I don't remember off top, I don't have your, hold on, I'm gonna miss the docs with me.
So, there are, I don't see it in this one at this point, I'll look for it again. There are a lot of those wind projects where they want the remedy to be, if the contract said you're supposed to do something, to make them do something, because the developers are just worried about, they think that we're gonna go wild on them out here in Kansas and get giant judgments against them, so. They don't know how conservative our local judges are, yeah, but they're always worried about that when they draft these things. But I don't see that here where she's citing to, but we'll make sure that there's not something, I mean, in general, when it contemplates doing an act, I mean, usually the contract pushes the developer to do the act first, but we just need to make sure there's a fail-safe.
Oh, and yeah, and I think you, again, do check it on your own. So the first sentence of 7.3, if there's an event of default, the other party may seek any and all remedies at law or in equity, including without limitation damages. So we've included that for you.
Okay. So then force majeure is a good word.
I've heard you become experts on that.
Gee, I was gonna ask that one, Diane. Go
Force
ahead.
majeure. So that is another sore spot for me on the force majeure. I think, I'm not saying we don't need to have it in there, because if we do get a monsoon, I think that would be justified. But I really think we need to specify and clarify what we're gonna actually consider to be force majeure. Because just because Kansas has a snowstorm or a rain event, just to have to say, well, that's unreasonable, and out the door they go.
Can I comment on that? And listen to the discussions back and forth. The other issue which Trish and I have talked about is that one of the problems it appeared you had with Diamond Vista is that they were in control of roads for too long a time. They didn't get their work done to get out of there.
Right.
And if some kind of event happened during that time period, they claimed force majeure, when maybe they should have been done 3 months before, right? So, those particular problems that you've had, we agree with you. You can't get rid of force majeure because it's something that nobody has any control over, and it does cause problems. But let's tighten some of that language, I think, for you.
So does under 3.4, item number F, where it talks about emergency repair, does that dovetail any into this force majeure?
Probably, because more generally, what we tried to do in your, we tried to pick, well, what areas are causing you concern with this force majeure topic, right? And it's the road repair topics. And so what we did is we went in and drafted some extra specific provisions to try to cover what we understand to be some of the things you've run into with the current project, so that we could offer terms out of the gate that were better and helpful to avoid.
I see you do have your active God, and you do have extreme weather, and I think that word extreme needs to be defined. You also have war and civil and riots, and I don't know how riots are going to upset the road.
Yeah, I know. So what Pat's saying, we're gonna, for the life of the project, we're gonna have to hang on to a pretty, consistent, typical definition of force majeure. I think what you're looking for is that in certain circumstances, like time-specific issues, like with the roads, that we can't claim, you know, that the weather act or something is a force majeure, at least not for so long. I mean, I think we need to address it specifically
If the rest of the document is well written and working as intended, then force majeure would only come up in, traditionally legally, force majeure is something that everyone can kind of agree on, although I know it's usually, we know it when we see it, but it's hard for us to define it. But yeah, and then my concern about taking it out would just be, you know, if bad weather happens, we probably don't, we might all agree that we don't want it. We want to suspend performance because they probably couldn't perform it properly anyway. It's a road thing. So I don't know about, I don't think the key is fixing the force majeure. I think it's fixing everything else so that they're not allowed to get so far behind in something that they can claim force majeure and then.
That's right, that's right. So I know you're new to it, but I think they want us to not use force majeure as an excuse or an out on certain, especially time-sensitive topics related to roads.
Which if everything else is being kept up on, force majeure is gonna be hard for them to keep up. But if we get, you know, I know you guys are probably wet like everyone else. I don't know if that level of flooding is force majeure, but we might all want to suspend road work if it's just so bad that anything they would do would make it worse. So we need to think about those things, make sure that.
Well, you know, to me, that force majeure is such a complicated, complex term, because who really identifies what that is? Well, somebody told me that was, okay, we had flooding this summer, so that was a 100-year event. Well, right away I said, no, what? It's not a 100-year event. We've had 3 of those in 100 years.
We can't take it out because their insurance companies and financiers won't let them. I mean, so we can't, we have to work around it other places, is my experience. And if I could take it out, I would, but they can't build anything for you, so we gotta work around it.
Yeah, remind me of an example where it got used against you that we're trying to draft, if you would please.
Well, up on the Diamond Vista, they claimed that they claimed the force majeure because of a catastrophic event or a lifetime event.
Yeah.
Well, that's what they called it, but it wasn't.
And what was it? What was going on?
Road culverts getting washed out.
Losing roads, washing roads out, damaging bridges.
And so the factual issue is that you've got damaged roads.
Yes.
And they were supposed to maintain them and.
Yes, but they
and
claimed
they're
the
not
force
usable?
majeure because it was an act of God that sent that wall of water.
And claiming, so saying we don't need to repair that culvert
No,
again.
that was ours, right?
Yeah.
Prior to turning them over.
Yeah, and so one thing we added to your document to try to help with that type of scenario is to provide a quicker turnaround on your review and sign off of completing road restoration. So that almost on a mile by mile, you know, when they're done, they'll get in and complete any restoration or improvement for a section of the project, and then let you know, and you can get in and decide if you're signing off or not, and then you can be done with it, right? Because then the project's not, but then they have to finish the rest. That was one idea we had to try to help you with the practical approach to dealing with the issue.
What was upsetting to me though is it was taken care of during the construction, when they hadn't got their tires up.
Yeah.
But as soon as they got their tires up and running, they was gone and didn't care about it. That seemed to be, is that a quick and easy, is that correct?
Yeah, when, I mean, the roads are still under their control.
Yeah, because we turned them over to them, and they said they would take care of them while like the length of the project. And so that's what our,
You know, and we realized that project went on 6 months longer than they anticipated or we probably anticipated, but your project could too.
Right, yes.
And so then my next question is to consider is, one thing that I really don't care for in the contract at all is the use of our engineer. Everything that you have in here, all the responsibilities of protecting the county, as you know, up north we hired Kirk Meyer. I consider them to be a blessing because they had the expertise and knowledge as to what to look for and how to handle it. Not only that, but to read contracts and to keep everybody in check. Now, I noticed in your contract, you're not showing that we are able to do that. Instead, you keep referring to the county engineer. And I have to tell you, I would like to hear you explain to me how you plan to do that, simply because Our county engineer, which has only been on board since June, his plate already runneth over.
Yes.
He has no time to do, and you outline in your contract, about your contract, a whole list of 2 full-time jobs for our county attorney to do. It's just, to me, unreasonable.
You're not using that word anymore. No, so I can explain that the concept is that we actually think it's best, and including best for the county, that the point person, the person making the decisions and signing off on whether something's approved or not or done, is in fact a county person. And so we use this, now, am I correct? Right, you didn't have a county engineer when you entered into the agreement, right? And so most counties, if you have a county engineer, then you designate your actual county engineer staff person because they've got this fiduciary duty to the county and they're a county staff person. Completely appreciate that that person wasn't hired for their full-time job to manage these projects. And so what we include in the agreement is a concept that there is a consulting engineer, I forget the terminology I use.
I can understand.
And so the idea is that person or company do the legwork and report to your county engineer, and then that way you guys get to rely on your county engineer to probably do a lot of the reviewing and approving of things that maybe historically I was at the commission level because we didn't have a county engineer. So that's the concept anyway.
Okay, if that's the concept, then we do have several paragraphs that need to be rewritten, because they actually outline that the county engineer will do these tasks. It says that they will take pictures of all the roads prior to the construction. Well, that, I know when Kirk and Michael did that, I mean, that's a very lengthy process, all the roads do that, and that's not just signing off on something, that's physical, time-consuming labor.
I think at the beginning, I know there's at least one point at the beginning of it, it talks about the county engineer's designee, and what we just need to make sure, well, I guess, what we could do is make sure that it's clear throughout the document that wherever it reads county engineer, it reads county engineer or their designee.
Designated agent.
Designated agent, they basically can, whether that's a consulting company or another county employee or something, we can tie that together. Doesn't solve all the problems of, still a lot of work for one person, and I'm assuming that the county, wants it all flow through their own employee, which seems like a fair assumption, that's something that's happening.
Well, we had that up there, up north with, at the time, our supervisor had a fair amount of input into what happened up there, yes, that was part of it then too. So you are saying that you would be willing to go ahead and pay for a consulting agent, if we so desire?
Yes, that's in here.
At a reasonable cost, of course.
Yes.
Okay. Certainly.
Actually, I should put more specificity to that one to help us not have to fight about
If it goes 18 months, it probably won't seem unreasonable.
Where are we at right now with total bill? Oh, you would, Tina's not here?
Tina's not here.
Okay.
That might be by design.
I think our total bill, correct me, Diane, is our total bill over $750,000 right now?
To what?
To Turtle Michaels?
It's
no,
over
I-
half.
It
Over a half.
is right at, give me a minute, $688,000.
It's getting real close to $750,000.
Yeah.
Just flat out right, in my opinion, is that's where some money can be saved and get back to the county. And, there's the important parts that I'm seeing so far is the beginning and the end of having it videoed and looked at. The middle here is, we got a traffic cop out there, we're paying that traffic cop quite a bit of money. They've done a good job of letting us know what's going on. But there's other people that we can pay a lot less. And so that's why maybe an engineer and maybe one of our employees, I don't know that it would be an employee, I mean, what I'm saying, I don't know what, we need to be worked out with Bryce and stuff and see, but a lot of our local people here just laughed when we initially signed the contract for that amount, for the original amount, which was
$650,000.
$650 or so.
Yes.
And they just laughed at us, said, take some of that money and either pay for your engineers or pay for some of the stuff to start and stop, and just put some of that money back. They,
Right.
I
Like
mean,
what would be the annual salary for 2 engineers, for example?
Yeah.
Okay, but so the point that I'm not taking from what you're saying is that Kirk and Michael originally, the county wasn't paying that fee. The wind company was. So we weren't taking any money from taxpayers to pay him. The wind company agreed to pay his fees. So whatever his fees were, you know, anybody in the county was not affected by that, because the wind company was to pay
In
that.
negotiations, you remember they said, well, since we're paying that kind of money for them, that we're cutting back on everything else too. So they took away from us in negotiations.
Well, they did ultimately
Yeah.
take that away from us in our pilot, that's
Yeah.
right. But in negotiations, I remember them very specifically saying, hey, I think it's too much money, but if that's what the commission approves, then we're gonna pay.
But then they also come back and took away
Yeah,
from us.
then
So
they
that's,
come back
But
and,
I
yeah.
also addressed that, talked to Bryce some about that, because I just didn't know if there was qualified people out there that could do that job other than a consulting engineering company. And he told me yes, and he even knew of some, so.
And so I would just add one final thing on that subject matter, and that is, and I have to, you know, I make no bones about it, I loved everything Kirk and Michael did. I think they saved us a lot and brought a lot of things to our attention. But, you know, we're not the first rodeo with them. They have experience of umpteen counties out there, and they're in demand from other counties who want their services, because they are so diligent. And I think where sometimes we get into trouble with them is because they hold everybody's feet to the fire. If it says it in here, if it's in the contract, then it's in the contract, and that's what they expect you to do. They do not budge. And so a lot of people get rubbed a little wrong on that. You know, it's like, well, you can bend the rule here, you bend the rule there, but they are not willing to do that. So that plays right into me. That's where I think things too. But anyway, so then I want to ask you this other question. Would you be willing to add into your contract somewhere along the line? I know Lincoln County does what they call a reboot every 10 years. Every 10 years, they go back and look at or revisit with the wind company, the then owner of the wind company, the contracts, because wind is so new in different counties, and as you go through the course of a 10-year period of time, theirs is 10 years, you learn things that are maybe not beneficial to you or beneficial to us, and so you do a renegotiation. I know one of the things I'll bring up, and this is my favorite subject, is in their original contract, they had in there that the wind company, when they come in and replace damaged or broken blades, that they would dispose of. So what did the wind company up there do? So when they went up there and replaced a blade that was broken or damaged, they went to that farmer and said, hey, you have a ditch we can put this in? And so, yeah, the farmer said, sure. I don't know if they paid the farmer some money, I wouldn't doubt it, but I don't know that. So what happened? They did what the contract said. They disposed of it, but they didn't dispose of it properly. So now when they reboot it, now they have it in their contract with, when they replace those blades, they will remove it appropriately from the county. But that's a lesson that they learned by going through the 10-year period. And as we go forth with the wind energy, who knows what we're gonna learn that's not gonna be good for us. So would you be willing to do a reboot or call it whatever you will every 10 years or something like that?
On the full set of agreements, all the terms?
Okay, so.
Maybe, do you have an example of what they have in their agreement? I'd
I can get
certainly
it.
be willing to look at that.
Okay, since
Sure.
you want to look,
I'll look
make
at
sure I
what they
get it,
have
because I
that
can
you're
get it very well
interested in
detailed.
having, we'd be happy to look at it.
Okay, because I can get it detailed. That was just one of the subjects that rubbed them raw, that when they seen all these blades laying throughout their county, they're not too happy. And especially, like, you know.
Well, now the eyes in the beholder, whether it's appropriate, right? That farmer might have felt it was very appropriate.
Well, he did use
But,
the catalog.
but
The
as to Pat 3 or Pat 4's comment, depending if I count, right? Some of the issues we'll have on a complete reboot is that these have to be financeable. And so if there's, you know, a right to pull the rug out from underneath, that's gonna be a problem. But I'd be happy to look at whatever language you're talking about that they actually have.
Yeah, and I'm sure
We'll look
that's
at it.
not in there. It's not like that. That's
We'll look
not
at
where
it.
I'm going with it.
Yep.
Okay. And then this is another interesting thing, and I'm sure you're not gonna like this, but I'm gonna ask anyway. There's been quite a bit of controversy and things like that on resale value of properties. You know, the wind companies always say that this is certainly not the case, you don't lose anything. And I know I've been guilty for the longest time. I used to always say property value, and that's the wrong term. Property values will go down because our appraiser is not gonna reduce property value. We want their tax money. But when that property owner goes to sell that home, the loss comes in, the resale value. So, I've heard of some of the counties that are thinking about or have implemented to where within their contracts or something like that, that they have and I don't know, maybe this would even be in a private contract or something, but that they would offer a, resale guarantee. Just off the top of my head, I'm gonna say, of course, we have to think about it, it's part of it. If somebody has a home and just say right now they get it appraised into $100,000, and let's say 15 years down the road or 10 years, whatever it is, they go to sell it, and the best they can get is, I don't know, 7,000 or something like that. I'm sorry, 70,000.
Okay, $100,000 property before.
Yes,
and you
and
think-
now they're only gonna get 70,000. And I'm also saying the property is beautiful, okay, I'm not saying that they left it go down to a swamp, okay? So would you be willing to somehow provide a, property resale guarantee?
Would you be willing that if that property in the future sells for over $100,000, we get an offset under pilot?
I think that would be something we could discuss.
I mean, yeah, so I'm guessing that doesn't
Yeah,
work very
inflation
well.
will do
but-
that, that's
but-
not a fair, it really,
And so I mean, that's a financial term for sure, for the wind project, right? Not for me as the lawyer to respond on. That,
I mean, I'm asking if it's something that you would consider.
yeah.
I know some other counties, as I made my phone calls, they had said that they were going to put some
Sure,
of the,
yeah, if
and
you
I
could
don't know
give
the
us some
verbiage.
language, something, I
Yeah, I
have not
haven't
heard of
seen
that.
it. I haven't seen
And-
it.
And, you know, I mean, you can appreciate, you can open a wide door of what happens to property values. Are we in the midst of a big recession?
And I'm not talking values, I'm talking resale, only resale.
But that, property values are tied to the ultimate resale price, right?
Well, I think it's two different things. I think it's kind of two different things.
Well,
The value.
I'd be happy to take a look at,
Okay.
if you've got some language where somebody's
And I'll
done
have
some
to-
of those types of things,
yeah,
we'd be happy to
also.
look at it.
And just one other thing, want to just solidify a little bit as far as on the roads, some of the properties that are islanded. How will we be assured that they will always have access to their homes?
Yeah, that came up
On the
this
road?
morning.
Yes, it did, and
so-
that just kind of stuck in my mind.
Right, and we can get back to you more specifically. What I was thinking off the top of my head, that's the type of thing that in this road agreement, when you have your plan with the engineer to talk about the scheduling of use of roads, that one of the parameters be that, if it works for an individual to not be cut off from accessing their property. I mean, I think that's how it will get addressed.
I mean, yeah, that schedule will be very closely negotiated and worked through, so that if there was any, let's say, I don't know, there was a turbine blade that needed to make a corner and it's gonna close the road for us, half an hour or something like that. Those are gonna be known ahead of time, and those landowners are gonna be communicated with.
Like, let me ask you a question, Jesse, like, to take a blade down a mile, like, how long does that tie up that mile? If I live right in the middle of that mile.
I can't,
Okay.
unfortunately, I can't,
But
yeah,
that's
it can
okay.
vary depending on the transportation schedule of the firm that's bringing it, and it's just too early to say at this point. I mean, it's not typically a major closure, because it's continuing to move, but, that as we get further into that, it'd be better to find it worked out.
Diane may have I never got complaints about that part. The only part that I got the most complaints on was when they were moving heavy cranes and had to block road for a while. And then the heavy crane went across and left two big indentures in the road.
Yeah,
That
those
was a
crane-
complaint. I never really heard too much about blades. I think, like you said, I think when they're coming, they know they have access, that they keep moving, and I don't know that that's been a huge problem.
And that crane walk is going to be very closely discussed with the road and bridge as well.
Yeah. But, you're alluding back, you were talking about, in these early projects, some of that equipment that just got thrown into washouts and stuff like that. This is my understanding, in the early infancy of wind projects, there wasn't good technology to recycle those blades. And I guess there wasn't even reset, a market for them, which has evolved now to where there is.
Developers probably didn't worry, they didn't have, no one had a plan for how to deal with it.
Yeah, same way with decommissioning, when they first started, I don't know if there was any companies that actually went out and bid to take down a field. Somebody might have bid to take down one turbine, but now I understand there are companies out in California already taking some of those early fields out, am I correct?
It's a profit venture, both for the decommissioning as well as the repowering.
Yeah. Not to say that won't change in the next 20, 25 years, I'm sure it will.
So I have just two more questions, and I'm gonna shut up and let the others ask their questions, I'm sorry. But one of the things that's in your contract, which we did hit a flaw in up north, so it's an experience. And it does say that you will comply with all applicable federal, state, and local laws, statutes, ordinances, rules, regulations.
Sorry,
judgments,
which section?
I am in section, I'm on number O, actually, and that is in section, it's on page 8. Does that help? Page 8, of 33.
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay. So we have a situation up there to where there is a state statute that you cannot take track against on the local roads, okay? Now, Brad didn't work with, because we had, the wind company here, whining a little bit about that, so he contacted KDOT, okay, but this does not say comply with KDOT, it says comply with federal, state, and local laws. And so I wanna know if we're going to comply with those laws, or,
Yeah, so KDOT, not only KDOT rules, KDOT regulations.
oh, I don't see KDOT in here, I just see.
No, it's all, KDOT is a state.
KDOT fall under state, correct?
Governmental authority, that's right. If you would like us to clarify that includes KDOT, no problem at all.
Yeah, especially when it comes to track or whatever,
Sure.
however we do it. And then finally, dust. Dust is a big bad issue on these type of projects. I mean, we had a lot of dust problems.
Yeah, we don't have dust in Minnesota.
I'm sure you don't, because you're the land of 1,000 lakes, so you don't have dust. But,
We
and I
appreciate that problem, yeah.
I always just kind of, I'm sorry, but I always leave the dust thing off. People complain about dust.
Yep.
But I did experience a rather personal experience here 2 months ago with head-on collision that happened because of the dust on the road. And so now I take it a little bit more seriously. And so I really would like the dust to be addressed a little bit better than it was up north. Because there are serious repercussions from dust when people drive down dirt roads.
The intention is to control dust, but certainly there's additional language.
So J, on page 3.1J.
Oh, on the dust? Yes, Jay, that is correct.
Yeah, so where you, I guess, want to let us know if you have a specific requested edit to that?
Well, I would like it to be a very tight, I want the dust controlled. And dust, I'm not necessarily, I'm talking about the safety of the road people, because what happened in this particular case was, and I've done it, I bet you've done it. You're driving down a dirt road and there's a truck coming towards you and the dust is behind them, just rearing up and all that. We don't think anything of that. We pass the truck and everything's fine. In this case, that's what happened. A truck was going one way and a truck was coming this way and a big ball of dust was behind it, and as soon as head-on collision, because there was a truck behind them that nobody could see. And so, and I think back how many times I've witnessed that myself, but fortunately there was nobody behind that other truck, you know what I'm saying? And so, it's just fresh on my mind.
Yeah.
And I really think that we need to take it a little bit more serious. So now I'm done. So.
Okay.
Okay.
But it's good to have all of your comments sent together at once. That way, that's the best way for us to move forward.
Oh, Randy?
I've got, no matter what on roads, come up with a solution, problems, how's it solved, time frame short, and see if we can get that all on the contract. Just 1, 2, 3. I mean, like I think you're right. Let them go until out here 30 days before they're even brought to us for a letter. It just continues on to create problems like that. With roads, road corners left on, are you gonna be asking for widening the corners at a lot of intersections? I've had a lot of people from up north in your area and Kent's, they called and want them to the left. And so, with that being said, I know it can create a problem for us probably of some type. Besides, it has to be legalized, become ours area for the roads, and I don't know.
It would take some legal work and deed changes and.
Yeah, or easements or something across the corners. Now, if you have the corners marked already for, it looks like it would be, if the corners that you're wanting would be already.
I would think, I guess if the landowner that the corner was on was in favor of it, it would make it a lot easier to secure it. If it's just the neighborhood likes this corner, but that particular landowner wanted it back, that would be a totally different situation.
Okay, I think this was
It
the one.
almost have to be a case by case.
Yeah.
But just my thought as you're talking is, and it might already be here, but just confirm that on the back end of this project, the county engineer or in his designation are going through stuff mile by mile and maybe saying, fix this and then don't fix this. Because I think what you're getting at is maybe the way they've changed it, maybe that's an improvement.
Yeah, because of the cattle trailers that we have now and pickups, 36-foot cattle haulers and things.
Well, it's just because of the size of the equipment.
Size of equipment, yeah, due to our small roads.
Guys like it.
If we could possibly work on that somehow, I'm not saying that every one of them has to be left, but at what you just said, the landowners can.
We could just put it in there that at their option. Oh,
Randy?
no, I guess not.
When they make them, the first time they gotta make sure they make them correctly, if they're gonna leave them forever.
Yes,
I mean,
yes.
Don't
Yeah.
just throw dirt up, but
Right.
clean the ditches.
Right, and drainage.
Because you gotta maintain it
Yeah, drainage
20 years
is
down the
the
road.
deal. Yeah.
Yeah, I think, I'll check, but I thought I like to go with the concept that if for some reason you considered it, the county considers it an improvement, and we stayed on county right of way, right, we haven't gone on, then it's the county's election whether to keep the improvement. It's
And I
up to
would-
the county if you think it's an improvement.
I would-
Like you said, if it's a landowner, we need to.
Just make sure that's the way it reads. I think the concept of that is in here.
Okay.
I think that's the idea that we're going for. We just need to make sure it's tight that every step of the process, the county's saying, yes, do these things, then they do them. And to kind of make sure it stays nice during construction. And afterwards, instead of them just doing stuff and then telling you when they're done, that they're in contact with you guys, telling you as before you with the
Engineer, let him approve it.
I say you guys, I mean
County
collectively
engineer.
through your engineering.
But wouldn't it take some legal work in order to keep those radiuses in permanently? Because some of those radiuses, they extend into private property.
If they extended the private property, you'd have to get that
So
landowner.
that would have to be almost like a case by case basis.
Yeah.
You
No,
couldn't do it.
It would have to be a coordination between engineer, developer, or the post-construction person, and then you guys. And it might be a case where they come to you guys and say, this particular place right here, we want to do this. So it'd be that specific, but it's possible to do it.
Okay. Just, I'd like to work on that. Decommissioning agreement, the road agreement to decommission. We got an agreement to do them, but when you bring a crane in and stuff like that to take them apart, our roads are gonna get traveled on just like they are built.
Yeah.
And so, I don't know, do you have any?
I think so, but I'll double check. I usually do cover use of roads as part of decommissioning.
Okay.
But I'll
But I
check.
mean, just.
Sorry, it's just been a bit since we
We're
talked
good
to
at
this,
putting up, but if
but I'll,
we need something to take them down too if it happens.
yes, yeah.
And then, on the question about the zoning laws changes, what if a new rule comes in and expansion, to stop the expansion of wind farms and passed by the zoning?
I'm sorry. I was trying to write down my lesson.
Okay.
Say it again, please.
So they go and they say that we've seen enough wind farms now, and the zoning committee says, no, maybe not. Is that, they pass a rule that it's not legal for any more in Marion County. What if they change their perspective?
Right, well, so that gets to that one paragraph that Diane brought up, and it also gets to regardless of legally, regardless of whether you change what's available going forward, that existing projects may be allowed to stay in place. So the project would just want assurance, such as in that paragraph that Diane brought up, that you agree if you're going to go limit this use, that you're not gonna try to cut back on what's already been granted.
Well, that's, to me, you can't go back.
You should not,
But
yes.
What
Yeah,
people
yeah.
call,
Grandfather rule.
yeah, what people call grandfathering, essentially, once this document's agreed on and in place,
Yes.
this project gets grandfathered.
Yes.
That doesn't prevent a future commission or zoning board from moratoriuming future projects. If they try to claw back on this one, that's when all that nasty
Correct.
language comes into
Yeah.
place about. not-
And I think that's only fair.
Right.
Once this is done, I mean.
And then if a future commission tried to say they could change it, we'd want a reasonable attorney fees.
Yeah.
Change it for you? No, I don't, no. Okay, the other
Go to you
one
again.
is the use of the engineer, and then for the county, we've done talked about that. Use the formula that you use and everything, and the only thing that I could see is you present a picture to us that you have with so far, that if that wind farms don't turn for 30 to 60 days, and you come in and say, well, this wind farm only produced 60% of the total of the year, megawatts is I think what you're speaking. So would you come in and say, we're gonna pay you 60% of what we was paying?
I think it's based on megawatts installed, which takes care of your question, but it has been a bit since.
Okay.
Yeah, very clear formula
Yeah.
to installed capacity.
Okay.
And beyond that, these projects are all insured with, business interruption insurance and, those types of things. So they, like we talked about in session, there's tight margins, but they're big projects with lots of pieces around them.
Have you heard why yours isn't turning?
They're turning now.
They're turning
Oh,
now?
yeah, lights are
Okay.
flashing, they're
Okay,
turning.
so-
But yeah, it was that, what was that thing called?
Transformer.
Transformer, yeah, thank you,
Okay.
that blew up and they had to get up
Okay.
and shift it, but no, we're back in
I'm done.
power again.
We
Power.
did go ahead and discuss the restoration and repair after decommissioning
Okay.
of the roads. It's on page 15 and E.
Okay.
The only thing I'd like to comment on, we've gone through the reclamation up at Diamond Vista and have allowed local landowners to get that rock. I would just, it would be, I think, in the county's best interest if we had first chance at that, even though it's a good thing for the local landowners.
You could always.
Or at least give the county engineer the opportunity to assess the quality of it to see whether the county can use it.
Yeah, I think that's in here. I think it needs tightened up a little bit because I don't really like the timing requirements of it, but I think the idea of giving the county back materials in here already, I do think that's interesting. You guys get the first dibs on stuff like that.
After what we've gone through, I just wanted to reemphasize it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I question, I think that was in our one-up warrant too. I thought that verbiage was in there from.
Yeah, because ours probably came from it.
I think it was
Yes.
in that one, but I may be wrong,
What do you think was in there?
that the county has first office
Yes.
to the rock. Yeah, I think it was in there.
It's-
There's another
And it's
thing.
it could be that it's in there, but what I'd like to change is the timing requirement on it is very tight. So the county it says you get the chance to get that, but it's a quick turnaround. So it's possible that the turnaround was so fast on that, you guys.
It was,
They
it was.
missed it.
So I would kind of like to widen that turnaround on, we can talk about that later, but, so it's reasonable so the county can figure out what it is you're trying to give them, because you guys can't just take, we're all the same.
And also in the old agreement, the timing of that. If we're doing it at the point of post-construction when we do our audit, or if it's being done earlier, that is a huge.
All those things, but we, concept wise.
Okay,
Okay,
that's everything?
At first glance.
we appreciate you taking the time and going through that. There may be some more as we get deeper into this, but it helps us as a commission, helps you also.
Can I make a suggestion?
Okay.
What?
We need to schedule a meeting.
Yeah, we'd like to kind of work through the schedule with you, number one, but I think we've got a bunch of notes, right? that we can be responsive to. I think, you know, Pat and Brad have collaborated some now, and we have made, I think, a couple of turns of the document to date. And if we could see some of the key things that you guys are looking at, you know, end of this week, you know, we could take that and turn with what we hope might be something close to a final for you.
Okay, we've discussed that, and being that there's conflicts the rest of the week with the commission, we're looking at doing a special meeting on Monday the 11th. The courthouse is actually closed that day, but we'll make accommodations with the clerk to schedule a special meeting on that day. Time to be determined, I guess, at this point.
Do you order charge time and half for holiday work? Double time, I think it is a holiday, isn't it?
Yeah.
So if that,
What if that's
No,
recent?
no disrespect to veterans, but that's one of the holidays that is observed, is a lot of them. It's not like Christmas. Yeah, in that case then, if we could get, you know, today's Monday, if we could get it turned late Wednesday or Thursday, I expect I'll be in town and, you know, we can, Trish, Jess and I can put our heads together and have something to you before the meeting Monday, on the 11th.
Are you catching this, Brett?
No.
we're looking for some information before we adjourn.
Does she take that one?
Yeah. We need, before we adjourn, we need to approve,
Last housekeeping detail, I indicated earlier not passing that resolution till the end of the protest period. The way it was written, it was effective upon publication, which could potentially be a day before, even though we've said it in here that it was conditional. I've changed that resolution to include that language. It's up to you. You can do it now or you can wait. But I just want to give you that opportunity.
What resolution was it?
They approved 2-1, actually the contents of it, but it wasn't the actual resolution.
Right. We just
Oh, I
approved it.
see.
This is
And if
the
you look at the
resolution.
back page now, right above the when it's to be effective, not my fault, they're
Okay.
printed on one side. The last page, just above where it's to become effective, I changed that to expressly note that that would be conditional upon not receiving a protest petition by Thursday.
Okay, do we have a number?
1914?
Use that.
Oh, are you wanting a new number or you wanting one?
So let's see,
New number.
Okay, the new number's gonna be the 2019-14.
That's the one they used on the last one.
I believe that was the number we used for
We used it
the
once.
The text amendment was 1914.
amendment.
Yeah, it should be 15
Okay,
then.
2019-15. Okay. I'll go ahead and make a motion approving a resolution, approving a conditional use for a wind energy conversion system for certain lands located within the unincorporated area of Marion County, Kansas, under the authority granted by the Marion County zoning regulations, Article 12, 24, and 27, and specifically the transmission lines.
Second.
Moved and seconded?
So this is the one that we already voted on, but we're voting now with.
Yeah, we have, this is just a companion resolution. We approved doing it, and we have to have a resolution
Oh,
number.
I see, okay, so that's what we did before.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna
Okay,
stay consistent.
so all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Consistent, yeah. Yeah,
Use this for their.
oh, that my copy? Oh.
So what time, does everybody knows works on the 11th?
Commissioner, what time works for you? Morning,
I'm
afternoon?
free, whatever you guys can update.
Great. Sometimes you have meetings, don't you?
Yeah, I'm allowed to do, afternoon, probably 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock?
Yeah.
That suffice?
Yes, 1 o'clock is fine for us, for sure. Brad?
Okay, we'll have county clerk take care of the notifications. Okay, everybody on board there? Okay.
Also, we need to, we've addressed it, as Diane asked earlier, when somebody votes no, we need to,
If you express.
we need to get down here on the bottom to see if we can do on our resolutions that this person voted no. We talked about it earlier, we just haven't got it on form yet, so.
And we actually have the form, but this wasn't initially produced by us, but yeah.
Okay.
I was waiting to see it, but I never seen it, so,
Just need 10 lines.
Okay.
yeah.
That way
Yeah.
you can sign on
Might
yes
as
or no
well put
line.
2 lines on, or 3 lines, I guess, yeah.
On the development plan?
Yes.
I think they voted on it when you,
We-
did you vote on the
Before
development?
you came in.
It was right when we were walking in, we missed it.
We voted it and then you came in.
Okay. Sorry about
Jesse
that.
may have. Okay.
Yes.
Good, we'll see you on Monday.
Okay, that being the last agenda item, make a motion to approve. Sure. Second, all those in favor?
Aye.
You not staying in unison?
This is.
No,
I don't repeat it, I didn't read that.
the two that we were given.
I didn't read it, yes. Yeah, we can do that. Didn't got my
Wasn't
plan.
a resolution that I know of,
That one?
What's,
unless you had it.
yeah,
Right when
there
we-
was one, but I was waiting on, what,
Oh.
so, I think what's tomorrow, anytime,
Well, I'm anxious actually to work on the agreements, now that I'm going to jump right into it.
Everything, sir?
Thank you.
It's just, I'm looking really.
No,
Oh, thank you.
What's that?
I'm actually looking forward to.
Okay, I'll call you a little bit, but I plan on going to get it.
Because apparently I'm trying to support her in saying that the news media makes up whatever they want and all of that stuff.
And it actually was very nice meeting you, I enjoyed it very much. I'm gonna have to sit here and apologize, I had bad thoughts about it.
Well, I'll take it.
Yeah, I-
And that's what I
Marathon today, but
Is it?
I would like to-
I don't know.
Yeah, it's big list.
Yeah.
Prefer-
Exactly.
Prefer-
Because we can't go even.